God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. She's making or breaking hearts, got tickets to see her band. She's Dolce Gabbana, I'm a Buca de Beppo man. Yeah, God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. Max your cards and sell your car, and we'll pretend that you two are friends. Tell your sins and listen in, cause she can help you make your amends. But send your prayers as DMs, cause there's no way that she'll leave you on red. Try your luck to butter up, pretending that her body is bread. Get subscribed and don't ask why I love you till the day I die. I don't know how much more that I can take. God is a woman, and she is an OnlyFans. She's making or breaking hearts, got tickets to see her band. She's not Jacob Bana, I'm a Buca de Beppo man. Yeah, God is a woman, and she is an OnlyFans. Change my name to Joe because I know that she's been testing me. If Sodom and Gomorrah, I can turn around and never peek. So whisper in my ear some sweet temptations from your new apple tree. She got grand encounters because I up to her new VIP. Dudes and brutes and trolls online will demonize and crucify her. Don't think I can wait for 3 more days. God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. She's making or breaking hearts, get tickets to see her band. She's don't take a bite, I'm a Buca de Beppo man. Yeah, God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. Don't tell me to smile more, mark my blood above your door. Breath and envy all in one, didn't say that I was done. Hell had no fury, I'll be judge and jury. Cause what do I need you for when Lucifer loves me more? God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. She's making or breaking hearts, got tickets to see her band. She's don't shake a bottle, you're a Buca de Beppo man. God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. She's making or breaking hearts, got tickets to see her band. She's don't take a bottle, I'm a Buca de Beppo man. God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. Swipe right, super light, going down, I got tonight. Swipe right, super light, going down, I got tonight. Swipe right, super light, going down, I got tonight. Swipe right, super light, going down, I got tonight. Right spot, can I rock lobster?
There we go. What up, what up? How's it going, everyone? Just waiting for this to get started. So let's see. So it should be kicking off like in about 15 minutes. I'm just waiting for Speakeazy. I said it should start around 7. So just hanging around downtown by myself, and I had too much caffeine. Hey, what up, Beef? How's it going? So, yeah, it's a Speakeazy debate tonight. Not against Rob, so that's definitely a plus. So hopefully it won't turn into a total shit show. Yeah, it's going to be on is feminism beneficial to society? And it's funny because I'm saying yes as a dude, and then there's a chick that's saying no. So I thought that would be pretty funny. I thought that was pretty funny. Okay. Yeah, just adjusting some stuff. Yeah, I thought it was funny. Yeah, that we're both like taking the opposite positions that you would expect. But yeah, so it's I don't expect it to turn into a total shit show. Plus, I got a hard out tonight, so I'm working like, yeah, right. It's hella ironic. Yeah, I've been working like almost 50 hours a week, so yeah. Well, it's the guitars and stuff. That's not very accountant-y. The joke is, well, although there is a joke, there's a, what do you call an actuary that has personality? An accountant, and that's what my brother. Well, yeah, my brother's an actuary, and I'm working accounting, so it's funny that I like that joke because my brother does not have much of a personality, at least not comparatively. So, yeah, it's funny, Beef. I work in accounting, but like for years, I was like the youngest person at. Yeah, I was for years. I was the youngest guy at our firm, and just so because of by virtue of me being the youngest guy, I actually understood how computers work. So I ended up like I'm like the default IT guy at our accounting firm. So like on top of like preparing tax returns and like doing like bookkeeping and stuff like, you know, complicated accounting stuff, I have to go and like fix everyone's computers and stuff. But so it's fun, but but yeah, that's so being an accounting guy and an IT guy is looking like that, then that means I look like what I do. So although normally I'm like not on camera, so like normally I'm wearing like sweatpants and like a robe all day. That's my normal setup during the day. Yeah. So yeah, it should be. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot shorter. It's not going to be that marathon 4-hour session. Oh my god, kill me in a video game. That was rough with Rob. But all right, let me see where we're at with. Let's see where I'm at with Speakeazy. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm working like 50 hours a week though. So like I'm gonna have to take a break from doing debates and stuff until after April 15th, just because this doesn't pay. Yo, what up, fashion? How's it going? Well, considering the only woman, my lady loves it too, but she's the only woman that sees me because I'm work from home. So, how's it going, fashion? Thanks for dropping in. So let's see. Got to get all my notes and stuff set up. I don't know if you guys joined and heard the opening song. I found there's a Chicago, like a local Chicago band called Malort and Savior. Malort is this very distinctive alcohol. It is a very distinct flavor. But yeah, they just came out with a song called God is a Woman, so I thought that would be an appropriate intro song for tonight. See if I can get that. I'll bring it up now that you guys are in, just so you guys can hear it. It's pretty good. It's like a pop punk. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you guys know the Hippos from back in the day, but
God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. She's making or breaking hearts, got tickets to see her band. She's Dolce Gabbana, I'm a Buca de
oh, nice, fashion.
God is a woman, and she has an OnlyFans. Max your cards and sell your car, and we'll pretend that you two are friends. Tell your sins and listen in, 'cause she can help you make your amends.
So this is that Malort and Savior. God is a Woman. They have another song called The Day It Finally Happens, which is also a funny song.
Change my name to Joe because I know that she's been testing me.
Alright. Well, I'm going to go bring this down. And yeah, I'll see if Speakeazy's about to let me in. Just getting my notes finally set up. Yeah, I have I got some that look like they look like suit pants, and but they're like sweatpants, but they look like suit pants. So like I can wear them, and if you don't look too closely, it looks like I'm wearing like just like I could like legit wear like a button down shirt like this and those sweatpants, and it'd be, oh, it's so comfy. But yeah, normally it's like, yeah, sweatpants and t-shirt, but so yeah, fashion. So it's a Chicago band called Malort and Savior, and then the song "The Day It Finally Happens" is another one of their good ones, and I think we all know what it means. There's no need to say what it is. All right, so I'm gonna hop in and see if Speakeazy's ready. Where is my Discord? There we go. How's it going, politics? Saw you in there. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Okay, test. Yep, okay, everything looks good. So, all right. I'm in now, waiting for backstage. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you can be John or whoever. Yeah, mine's I always don't care about like giving out my first name, but it's Brian is my first name. Um, but yeah, just bass guitar, bass. Bass is like super easy to remember. So and it's distinct. So I'm like, whatever, call me bass, call me bass guitar. So after years of playing in bands and stuff and like touring, it's like, hey, bass guitar. That's what everyone used to call me anyway. So I was like, it's easy enough to remember and associate with myself. So Beef, if you're asking what kind of phone I have a Google Pixel 6 Pro, but are you talking to you're talking to fashion? Oh, nice. You have the foldable phone. That's cool. So, all right. All right, all right, all right. So just waiting here. So if you've got the foldable phones, like I've got a tablet too. Do you guys just like like is it enough to replace a tablet and a phone, or is it just I've always wondered that, like, or is it just kind of like is it not enough to like totally replace a tablet? Oh, it looks like everyone's
Hey,
here.
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, loud and clear.
Okay,
I'm muted.
perfect.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Welcome, welcome. Just give me 1 second. I'm just finishing setting up a couple things here.
All right.
That there. How's everybody's day going?
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm in like busy season for my work, so I'm working like 50 hours a week.
Oh shit, yeah.
So I might have to take a break. Speakeasy. I was gonna until after April 15th for a bit from doing these. So we're just
From
ramping up
doing
now.
debates.
Yeah, just for the
Yeah,
next like month or two. Just don't know if
that's
I'll have the time.
understandable. Yeah,
So
busy season.
I might hop into like after stream debates now and then.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, where I don't have to like prep do stuff.
And if there's ever like like you know, I usually start in these times, but like if there's ever a time that like you need an earlier start or something, you can always let me know and we can always like work something out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's usually I almost had to like finish work and get ready and then hop right on.
Yeah.
So
All right, got my timers there. And just to make sure you're both good with it, so it goes, you both get 10 minutes for your opening statement, 5 minutes uninterrupted rebuttals, then open hour back and forth, and then 5 minute closing statement, and then a 30-minute Q&A from the chat.
Yes.
yep.
Good with
Yep.
that? All right. And then there's also a after panel we do that's optional for you guys, but that's where the people from the chat can hop up and continue giving their take on the topic as well. But
Yeah,
that part's optional for you guys.
I'll stick around for that as long as we don't run like 4 hours.
Yeah, no, you're welcome to just on that part of it. You're welcome to leave whenever. So don't feel obligated for the after panel. But it always gets fun when the chat can come up and give their take too. And I think that's it. All right. So how it goes is it's gonna start up. Oh wait, let me get my Jesus. Let me get my camera on here and my lights.
No shit. You dye your hair?
Sorry?
Did you dye your hair?
Oh, I always do it half red.
Oh, cool.
So like my hair is like it's like a dark brown, almost looks black. So like I did the half of it red. I did it like a few years ago when it was to go with like my rapping image, right?
Oh yeah.
And then
Yeah.
stuck, and I never changed it since.
Yeah, there's some promo pics of me with like I did like red highlights and then a black blue base for one band that I was in.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now I'm a little bit more
Nice.
professional looking.
I like it. I like it. All right, yeah. So it'll run my disclaimer at the starting. It's like a warning disclaimer. Then it'll do the intro and song. So that all runs like about 3 minutes. Gives time for everyone to get in here. Then I'll introduce the show. I'll introduce the format. I'll introduce you guys, and then bass guitar. Since you're on the affirmative, you'll go first for openings. And then when we get into closings, you'll go first again. So that'll give Athena the last word.
Yep.
Cool with that?
Yep.
All right, all right. And are you both ready to go? Anything before we start up?
No.
All right, all right. Well, thank you again to both of you for coming, and let's get this rocking and rolling.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we clash. We clash. We clash. We clash. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeazy show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys. And keep in mind the super chat, PayPals, and Cash App questions will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat question. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. Today's debate prompt: feminism is beneficial for society. And for today's debaters on the affirmative, we have Bass Guitar, known for breaking down hot button issues and stepping into heated debates with an unapologetic edge. He doesn't soften his stance, he sharpens it. And tonight he's here to test ideas and press the truth. And you can find his channel linked in the description below. And for the negative, we have Athena Asteria, aka her respective podcast, a voice known for fearless open panel clashes, sharp debate appearances, and bold social and political commentary. Her channel also can be found in the description. With that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. So, Bass Guitar, you're going to start us off. Whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So first off, when we're talking about feminism, what do we mean? Feminism is it's a movement that's advocating gender equality in civil, political, economic, and social spheres. Typically, it's kind of categorized in three or four waves of feminism, which kind of cover 100 or so years of time. There's also, if we look at where feminism kind of comes from, there's kind of like a proto-feminism that's born directly out of the Enlightenment. In fact, I would say that feminism is actually, it represents the logical progression of Enlightenment liberalism. I know I triggered about 90% of Speakeazy's audience by dropping the L word there. But it historically emerged from norms that were changing due to the Enlightenment. So for instance, and when I talk to my opponent here, when we get into the discussion, I think she'll probably want to roll back some of those changes, and it'll be interesting to see how far back she wants to roll those back. If she wants to completely get rid of everything, which I highly suspect the answer to that is going to be no. And if she says that she wants to, I think we'll discuss it and find out that the actual answer is no. So on top of it just being a natural progression, it actually demonstrates there's actually demonstrable economic benefits of socialism, because economics benefits everybody. It benefits the society as a whole, and so feminism is beneficial for society. So let's take a look at kind of how feminism emerged out of the Enlightenment liberalism. So Enlightenment liberalism emphasized individual freedom, equality before the law, and autonomy. Now, when the Enlightenment started, obviously there were several classes of people that did not have individual freedom, equality before the law, or autonomy. But I think that as time went on, that more classes of people were able to get individual freedom, equality before the law, and autonomy. And that's one of the things that feminism actually pushes for specifically for women. Now, we can look back at there's an intellectual lineage that goes back through like John Stuart Mill, Mary Wollstonecraft, and so on, that kind of shows how feminism evolved out of the Enlightenment. Now, one thing that I want to kind of talk about, which is kind of in this proto-wave of feminism, this proto-feminism, is this concept of companionate marriage. Now, if my opponent is going to talk about things like, well, marriage should be viewed from a biblical context or something along those lines, one thing that we need to remember is our modern concept of marriage is radically different from anything even resembling what was marriage in the Bible. In in biblical times, including Christianity, marriage was more or less an economic proposition. Women, daughters were essentially the property of their fathers, and they were sold for a dowry to a spouse in essentially an arranged marriage. That's not how we do marriages, at least in the West today. It's kind of frowned upon. I would venture to guess, if my opponent is married, that she probably is not the subject of an arranged marriage, and she probably wouldn't want an arranged marriage for her kids. She probably chose her spouse based off of who she loves and who she respects and who she wants to build a life with. Those are all liberal Enlightenment values. That's where that comes from, right? That whole concept. I mean, before it wasn't like the idea of you like going out and just marrying somebody because you love them. That was just like bonkers until like about 200 years ago, which, like I said, that emerged out of the Enlightenment. And so, this idea of a companionate marriage, it defined the marriage as a partnership between the two spouses, rather than a hierarchical institution where the man essentially owned the woman. Now the word is slipping my mind, but there's a concept in Blackstone's commentary on the British Constitution where he talks about this coverture. That's what it is. Where essentially, as a woman got married, she lost pretty much all of her legal personhood, and she was essentially just like an artifact of the man, of her spouse. So in that aspect, I think that's a good thing. I think if my opponent married her spouse for love, if she married him for love, I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's something that we should try to tear down. And I think that's a result of feminism and the Enlightenment liberalism, which, like I said, feminism is just the extension of Enlightenment liberalism. Now, on top of that being beneficial for individuals in that specific instance, feminism also has a positive impact on the economy. Gender equality in labor markets correlates strongly with economic growth. In fact, closing the gender gap is predicted to increase global GDP by more than 20 to 35% over the next several decades. As women enter the workforce, you have more labor, you have more people innovating, you have more entrepreneurs. I've worked for women who have owned their own businesses, and I can tell you, there's nothing like bad about it. It's not like they were incapable of running their own businesses. They created their own businesses, they were successful, and they added value to the economy. It benefits the economy. Now, she might try to come up with some, there might be some instances where maybe, but I think even if we were to take a look at any instances that she comes up with, if we were to roll those back wholesale, that's going to create like devastating effects on the economy. It would not be good. I mean, if you were to take out half of the workforce, there's so many fields that are even dominated by women nowadays, where trying to replace those with men working those same fields would just wreck the economy. So women's engagement in education, it leads to better health outcomes, greater family welfare, greater intergenerational benefits. This is speaking. My parents were very well educated, including my mom. My mom had a master's degree in education. And I can tell you from a personal experience that greatly benefited me as she raised me as I was growing up. The fact that she had a master's education. Master's in education. She was also a teacher for years, and that was also had a profound effect on me. Economies with stronger gender equality laws, they tend to have policies that, like I said, spur innovation, institutional responsiveness. There's so many things in the economy that just benefit from that. I mean, if we were to look at we can look at any countries where maybe don't have as much women freedom, and we can look and try to decide if those economies are doing better. Take a look at Iran, for instance, very more of a pre-feminist society. I don't think that their economy is doing better than Europe's and the United States's. I think our economies are generally much larger and much stronger than those, and I think we have much more innovation. You don't have men that are traveling to Iran because of the innovative culture there. You have men that are traveling to, you have all kinds of people traveling to the U.S. because we have when you have double the workforce and double the people who are educated and double the people that are innovating, you have double the innovation. You have much more innovation and economic growth. So once again, to sum up, the feminism is good for society. It benefits society because, the Enlightenment in general has benefited society. It's created so much scientific and economic growth that the feminism is just an additional expanse of the Enlightenment. And we can look specifically at feminism, and that has actually brought economic growth. Once again, as an aspect of that, something that grew out of the Enlightenment. This is something that that is good and beneficial for society. Like I said, it creates economic growth. So yeah, thank you, and I'll go ahead and see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Athena. And Athena, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Let's dispense with the fairy tale immediately. Feminism is not and never was a morally pure movement for women's dignity. It is a top-down, elite-funded social engineering project that benefited powerful men, corporations, and the state while harming families and social fabric. The historical record matters. Early feminist leadership was not guided by compassion, but by control. Figures like Margaret Sanger openly embraced eugenics, population control, and the reduction of undesirable people, especially the poor, disabled, and minorities. That is not a smear, it is documented history. Feminism's modern obsession with choice descends directly from this mindset. Individual autonomy elevated above responsibility, children treated as liabilities, not lives. Economically, feminism was a gift to elites. When women were pushed en masse into the workforce, the labor supply doubled, wages fell. That is not ideology, it is basic economics. The biggest winners were corporations and government who gained cheap labor and higher tax revenues, while families lost stability and children lost parents. This was strategically pushed right after men were exhausted from war. This shift was not accidental. Wealthy industrialists and philanthropists, such as John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie, heavily funded education reform and social restructuring. The purpose was not enlightenment, it was standardization. Modern education systems stopped educating and started conditioning, producing compliant workers who believed men and women are interchangeable, family is optional, and biology is irrelevant. This is indoctrination, not education. Feminism survives only by denying biology, because biology destroys its premise. Men operate on a 24-hour hormonal cycle. Testosterone resets daily. Men are hormonally consistent, neurologically optimized for sustained stress, threat responses, hierarchy, and long-term risk. Women operate on a 28-day hormonal cycle with dramatic fluctuations in estrogen and progesterone that affect cognition, mood, energy, and risk tolerance. Across a single month, a woman's hormonal profile can resemble the difference between a young man and an elderly man. That is not an insult, it is endocrinology. This is why men wake up to glass breaking and women wake up to babies crying. One nervous system is threat oriented, the other is attachment oriented. Feminism dismisses this as social conditioning because admitting biological design collapses the fantasy of interchangeability. History also contradicts feminist mythology. Women were not inherently more peaceful. Queens were more likely to initiate high risk conflicts than kings. Not because women are evil, but because female rulers often compensated for perceived vulnerability with aggression. Feminism sells moral superiority. History records outcome. Caretaking is another sacred cow. Women make up the majority of caregivers and also a disproportionate share of abuse cases in caretaking positions, not because women are monsters, but because proximity combined with emotional volatility increases risk. Feminism never acknowledges this because it undermines the narrative of inherent female virtue. Now let's talk results, because ideology is judged by fruit. Since second and third wave feminism, marriage rates collapsed. Divorce rates exploded after no fault divorce. Single parent households surged. Children experience higher rates of poverty, incarceration, behavioral disorders, and academic failure. Meanwhile, women, despite having more rights, education, and career access than any generation in history, report record levels of anxiety, depression, antidepressant use, substance abuse, and personal debt. Feminism promised fulfillment through independence from men, family, and tradition. What it delivered was burnout, isolation, and regret. Women do best within stable structures, strong families, and under the direction and protection of competent men. When cut loose from structure and told independence equals virtue, women become more depressed, more medicated, more indebted, and more vulnerable. Not because women are stupid, but because freedom without structure is destabilizing. Scripture warned us thousands of years ago, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. Book of Isaiah 5:20. When there is no wise guidance, the people will fall. Book of Proverbs 11:14. Feminism didn't elevate women, it removed guardrails, denied reality, and blamed men when the system collapsed. That's my opening statement. I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, that is going to wrap up the opening statements from both sides. Great openings from both sides. We're going to move into the rebuttal round here. Each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's openings. So it's not a back and forth yet. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we move to the other side. And then after this, we'll get into the open hour. So with that being said, I'm going to hand the mic back over here to bass guitar. Whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so it sounds like a big aspect of Athena's argument is that women and men are not interchangeable. Now, while that might be true in some cases, for instance, I don't think you can take, a 5'2" woman and put her on a defensive line of a football team. I don't think you can exchange it that way. I think there probably are ways that women and men actually are interchangeable, or in some cases, women might be better. I can tell from my personal experience, my wife has certain traits that are significantly better than me in certain ways, for there are certain things that she's a lot better at me at, and there are certain things that I'm better at. That doesn't mean that everything that she does, that doesn't mean that what she does could have no value in the workplace. And in fact, even in my job, I work with tons of women. And I don't think necessarily they're any better at their job than I am. I mean, I crunch numbers all day. I can tell you right now, a calculator does not care what you have between your legs when you're putting the numbers in. Okay. That women and men can do calculations, can do scientific things. If it's not physical, if it's not like physically restraining, I don't think that there's that big of I don't think the gender gap is that relevant at all. I've known plenty of brilliant, my mom was a brilliant math teacher for years. I mean, that's part of why I like math so much and I was so good at it, was because my mom was good at it. So I don't think that there's anything, I don't think that there's any reason to say that, well, because she's a woman, she can't do math. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. Now she mentions that women have worse outcomes, that they're more depressed, more medicated, more indebted. I'd be curious to know like what those studies are comparing them against. Because I mean, if we're looking back to say like, well, are they more depressed than they were like when they were subsistence farmers? Because there might be kind of a hierarchy of needs thing going on there, right? If you're subsistence farming, you're not really having a whole lot of time to think about how depressed you are. That's not to say that it's better for everybody to be subsistence farmers than it is to live, you know, in modern times where you and I can have this discussion over the internet and have this conversation. I think women can learn just as well as men. I think they can be educated. I think I mean you're obviously you're intelligent. I don't think that there's anything that we're doing here today that would necessarily say, well, because you're a woman, you can't interchange it. I mean, that literally we're both opponents on a debate show, and you're saying that we can't interchange, that we're not interchangeable. So, yeah, I kind of want to get more into the. I guess there's one other thing that you said that I would kind of dispute is that we talked about when women entered the workforce that wages fell. My understanding is that the big push for women to enter the workforce was World War II. So I'd be curious as how the labor force doubled when men were off at war. The whole purpose was that we needed a workforce to be able to fill that need. Now, if you're saying that when they came back, that was one of the most explosive growth periods of the United States history, was post-war America. So I'd be curious to kind of like maybe you have some numbers and we can like dig into that and look into that. So, yeah, and I'll go ahead and cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back to Athena. Athena, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, I'll try to stay in order. I'm going to address your first opening statement and the notes that I took from that. So, gender equality is just false. Men and women are not equal. You could say we're equal in value because we both bring different qualities to society, but we're not equal. We're not physically equal. We're not emotionally equal. We're not mentally equal. You can say, oh, yeah, there are really intelligent women, and there are, but the outliers don't make the rule. The reality is, men make up the majority of inventors. Women, you said that having more women creates more innovation, yet most inventors are men. You admitted that women are incapable of doing certain things. And this is why I bring up the hormonal cycle. Women are having to take medication like birth control to suppress their natural body's processes to keep up with men. This is why we're not equal. There are long term effects from birth control that are harmful. It affects fertility, it can cause cancer. It affects even who women are attracted to. Studies show that women are more attracted to feminine men. And they pushed for sexual liberation in the feminist movement, which just caused a lot of harm, especially with the birth control. Now there are no consequences for sleeping with someone. You don't have to worry about getting pregnant. You still have to worry about STDs, which is why STDs are pretty much rampant. You said, let's see. You said that these other countries where women don't have rights, like Iran, you gave an example of a country that is Muslim. Um, Islam is very harmful for women, and I say that unapologetically. Christianity teaches to deny the flesh, to protect women because it's what's right. Uh, I would say that Islam exploits women versus what Christianity teaches. It teaches men to give up literally sacrifice their life, love their wives as Christ loved the church. And if men are doing this properly, this is why I support biblical patriarchy, not secular patriarchy. Because secular patriarchy and some other religions with their patriarchy, they exploit women and harm women. Biblical patriarchy does not do that. It teaches to protect women. It describes women as worth more than rubies. It says that women are like the crown of the husband. It honors women and their place in society. It doesn't force women to have to compete with men in order to be seen as valuable. The fact that they are able to bring forth life into this world is is cherished and honored, versus feminism demonizes this. You said that um, women are in these caregiving positions, but again, it's disproportionate the amount of women who are committing these abuses in these industries. Um, Give me 1 second. Oh, you said that women would be forced to um, leave the workforce, and that's not what I'm necessarily pushing for. I'm against women going into corporate and those types of situations because that's not conducive to a woman's biology. Even the Proverbs 31 woman was an entrepreneur. She had her own business, but her main goal was to support men and the family. When men are not competing with their wives, it's two people working towards the same goal. It's the law of synergy. You have two people that are working together rather than working towards separate goals. Um, okay, so I mentioned that outliers don't make the rule. Women have a lot more fluctuations statistically. Women have more fluctuations in career. Um, you already acknowledged the physical differences, and I'll end it there. I
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttal from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. All right, their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you stay locked in because we got a lot more coming for you guys. And also a reminder for the live chat after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already dropped the Q&A in the chat for you guys there. But just remember the super chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free Q&A. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. And whenever one of you is ready to ready to start the open floor exchange, just hop in and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah. So you said you support biblical patriarchy and not secular patriarchy. Do you support arranged marriages?
I don't think there's anything wrong with arranged marriages. I think that they actually have a higher success rate. I think that the dating structure was very different than it is now. People are encouraged to go outside of the family. It used to be there would be communities and people would intermingle and parents would watch to see who their kids gravitated towards and which families would be beneficial for their family, not just financially, but spiritually, in every way, going in the same direction, shared morals, shared direction. So, arranged marriages with communities, when it's not, oh, I'm just doing this to benefit, I think, like to benefit financially, is actually a good thing.
So are you in an arranged marriage?
No,
Are you,
no,
do you have kids? Do you mind me asking?
I do have a son, yes.
Okay. Are you? Do you plan on setting up an arranged marriage for him?
Um, No.
Why
Well,
not?
I plan on allowing him to interact with families that have children with shared morals going in the same direction in
Hmm.
life. And from there, I kind of not control, but um, act as like a blinder from the type of people that I would not want him to marry, the type of people who would just the type of women who would destroy his life.
Okay, so all right, that's it's interesting because you said biblical, and I think that's like a really important thing. Uh, Eve never chose Adam, and Adam never chose Eve. They were assigned to each other. So I think that's it's very important to kind of make that distinction. You know, and maybe that has something to do with. I mean, there's probably the accessibility of divorces, but I think people's individual happiness is important. I mean, you got married because you were happy, because I assume your spouse makes you happy, right? That's probably one of the reasons why you chose him.
No.
No, your spouse doesn't
I
make you
mean,
happy.
I
Oh
sorry,
shit!
you're
Oh
you're
shit!
making you're not speaking subjectively. I'm divorced, so
Oh, okay.
I am unmarried
Okay, you're
with
unmarried, right? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Um. Okay. Well, I won't go. I won't go into that. So your spouse didn't make you happy, and you were free to
I mean, I was
leave that
happy for
marriage.
some of the marriages. It's just kind of irrelevant. I'm not trying to get into um, personal nuance. I'm trying to
Hmm.
look at things objectively and
Yeah.
statistics and how it affects people on a mass scale.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's you know the reason why I'm harping on this is because this whole idea of like equality in the marriage and the way we approach marriages, which like I said came out of the Enlightenment, that I think directly led into feminism. Do you want to roll? I know. Do you want to like roll back like what feminism did? How far back do you want to go?
Pretty far back.
So do you want to
So
get? That's why
ideally,
so, but not so far back that like we undo the companionate marriages, right? You don't want to go that far back. That's what it sounds like.
I don't think that women should be voting unless they are also up for the draft. And I don't mean like fighting in combat, but essentially part doing things in the war efforts to help. I also don't think women should vote if they're not contributing financially, because women take more than they're actually putting into the system, statistically speaking. I know that there are women with successful careers. I understand that
Yeah.
that does happen, but outliers don't make the rule.
Well, and they do. I mean, they do a lot of they by contributing in non-financial ways. I think they also allow for greater financial growth, even when they're not like necessarily working. They allow for greater financial growth, right, from their for their spouses and stuff. Uh, so I mean, even if they're not directly contributing to like by paying taxes. Well, I mean, technically, if you live in a most states have like well, what's a split. I'm tired. The words slip in my mind, but basically, where if one person earns it, both people earn it legally. Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so so technically under the law, they are actually earning and they're contributing and they're paying taxes, even if they don't have a job and their spouse is doing that. So legally, they are. Do you think women should be equal before the law?
Um, I think equal in value, not ability. And there's a reason why women are believed more in, I don't know if I can say this, I'll just say grape cases and abuse and all of that. Women are more believed because there's this idea that women are more virtuous, but women have more rights than they ever have, but they still have the same protections. I would even argue that women have more rights. Like men have zero reproductive rights. They don't get to decide whether that child is born or not. The women get to decide that. And so men don't even have a say in that. So I would say that women actually have more rights. Like even if you go into bodily autonomy, men don't get to choose whether they're circumcised. The parents do. Um, Men have to sign up for the draft. Women don't. What happened to equality? It's like women want to be equal where it benefits them, but then protected where it doesn't, because the reality is we're not equal.
But I think we should be equal under the law, and that's kind of what I mean. I would like I said. I mean, I agree. Like they're not physically evil, or sorry, physically equal, right? And that's obvious, right? Like the example that I gave was, you wouldn't expect like a petite 5'2", 105-pound person to play on on a defensive line on a football team. But at the same time, if there's a 5'2", 105-pound guy, right, he's probably not getting that job either, right? I mean, we'd agree on that, right? How many
Yeah,
how many
but
5'2"
okay.
dudes are just because he's a dude doesn't mean he can accomplish that job, right?
So when you look at very athletic women, like bodybuilders, they actually did a competition. They did several competitions with women who were bodybuilders and random men off the street. The men won, hands down. And they did the same thing with bodybuilding women who are like 6'2", 6'3", huge women, with men who were, I guess, dwarfs, little people, whatever is the
Mm-hmm.
politically correct way of saying it. I don't know. Little persons. They were male little persons. And I'm pretty sure that they also won, or it was really close. So you know, again, outliers don't make the rules. There might be a very, very small select amount of women who can do some of these jobs that men can. I would even say that I am probably one of those women. I'm 6 foot tall. I have a homestead. Wrestle 200-pound rams to the ground. I slaughter them, process them, and all of that. I don't think most women can do that. And
Mm-hmm.
to expect them to do so is kind of outrageous.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I would just. But like I said, I mean, I don't think there's small dudes who could do that either, right? There's plenty of
No,
small guys who
no,
couldn't
no,
do
no,
that.
no. I've seen very okay. So before I had a construction business with my ex-husband, and we'll just call it what it is. There were a lot of Mexican employees, and some of these guys were really tiny. And to watch them work, I mean, those were strong men, and they were small. They were like 5'2", tiny
Mm-hmm.
men, but boy, were they tough. They were not weak.
All right, well, yeah, I'm just so getting outside of the physical thing. I mean, getting outside of like the physical realm, because I would agree that there's probably there's definitely some imbalances there, and yeah, there might be some women who can do it and some men who can't. But the mean of both is probably going to be it's bimodal, right? But what about non-physical jobs? Do you think, let's say, bookkeeping? Do you think men? Do you think women can do bookkeeping? Or do you think their gender plays a role in that at all?
I definitely think that if jobs took into consideration women's hormonal cycles, women could um, probably perform better than they do if they had some time off for their cycles. But women are compensating for their natural biological processes with medication and drugs in order to keep up with men. It's unnatural. There is a reason why in biblical times women had time away. I mean, they were seen as unclean. Like back then, they didn't have like running water like we do now. So in reality, they were unclean. It's just true. Now we have running water, so a woman can be more clean. But if she has to take, even if it's just over the counter, and birth control to help with the mood swings or the cramps or the fatigue, all of that, it's we're still not equal. If you compare the level of fluctuation in a woman's 28-day hormonal cycle, she goes through what like a man goes through from at young adolescence to like elderly, like old age. That's how big the fluctuation is
So,
every single
so,
month.
so I just want to make sure we're on this. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that women could actually do as well in bookkeeping or accounting or insurance or any of these other fields as men, as long as the month end close dates are not lined up with their periods.
So
Is that what you're saying?
I would have to look at the stats on that to see like, because I know that there are things that women can do. Obviously, women are not incompetent. This is why I said the Proverbs 31 woman was an entrepreneur. It's not that women are incapable. It's that our hormonal cycles, we are fighting against that to compete with men because we're not equal to men. We're not designed as equal. We're supposed to have more times of rest. There's actually jokes about this. You can see tons of videos with these gym girlies, and they'll show themselves super active one week. The next week they're tired. The next week they're bouncing
Once
around.
again, we're not talking about physically like intensive jobs here.
No,
Because I said there's probably a decent case for that. I want to get out of that. I want to talk about like, you know, more intellectually, you know, rigorous things where, you know, you're sitting at a desk. You get a claim that comes in and you're like, okay, well, car A hit car B, here's where it hit. You know, okay, I've looked at like 1,000 of these over my career. Who's at fault for this accident? I just want to know. So you're saying that like women's hormones would affect them being able to assess who was
absolutely
at fault for an accident.
There's actually evidence of this. They did a study with women and asked them the same question all throughout the month and got different answers. They did this over an
it was like something like for an insurance claim, like who's at fault for an accident. That was the kind of question they were asking. What was the kind of question they were asking?
I would have to look up the exact question.
Because I would say
multiple questions and they got different answers depending on where they asked in the month that they were asking.
Yeah, well, I you know, I can speak, you know, I've asked my wife, do you want ramen soup? And she'll give me different answers at different times of the month. Sure, but that's asking what you want to eat. That's not asking who's for your job, who's at fault for this accident. Or, oh, they spent, you know, $350 at Home Depot. How do I classify this, you know, this expense? I think those are fundamentally different questions. And I could be wrong. Maybe they were asking like, how would you classify this expense for, you know, for $350 at Home Depot? And most people are saying, oh, supplies. And then they go and they say, it's actually for labor. You know, maybe they misclassified it. I could be wrong, you know, but I'd be curious to see because those are fundamentally different questions, right? I mean, we'd agree on that.
Yeah.
You know.
I would have to look up that specific question. Again, that's not one thing that I prepared actually for this debate, but I do know it from previous ones. And I could definitely look that up and I'll post it in the comments because it's an interesting one. I would say that even like outside of things like what do you want to eat, women are very volatile and depending on where they are in their hormonal cycle of the month. Women actually single moms, so without a man, they're more likely to abuse children. Even they're less consistent in the way that they discipline their children. So I would say absolutely, women need the direction of men. Men are like the guardrails for women. And whenever you just kind of push women and say, oh no, you're equal, you can do what you want. Well, that's why they have so much debt. That's why they have so many sexual partners now and can't pair bond.
Most people have more debt nowadays. And I mean, if we're looking, and if most people have more debt nowadays, and if we're looking historically, I mean, up until like the 60s, women couldn't even have any debt. Right. So, I mean, obviously, if you look at like the 60s and 70s, you know, compared to like the 20s, of course, women are going to have more debt because they weren't legally allowed to have debt in the 20s. Right. You know, so I think that's kind of that's a weird thing to bring up. That's like saying like, well, you know, people in the 2010s, they have more cell phones than at any point in time in history. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. Like, of course, they didn't exist 40 years ago, 50 years ago, except for the Motorola bricks. I don't know if you remember those.
Yeah, I do remember.
So, but I mean, if we're looking at like administrative stuff, I think, you know, administrative type jobs, I think that women are just as capable as men. I think that whole they're not equal is kind of dumb. I see it every day at my jobs. My entire career, I've seen women work in these jobs and excel, and I can be honest. I've absolutely there's nothing in any of my decades of experience working with women where I could have said, oh, don't give her this job now because it's the 17th of the month, and she's not going to be able to do it because of that. That's just never even like entered my mind. I've seen women be absolutely capable. I've had women bosses who were just as capable, and I never thought the same thing.
Medicated.
They were competent. They were capable.
Medicated women, yes. Antidepressants, birth control, ibuprofen or Tylenol, Advil, Midol, whatever you want to call it. Yes, medicated women. Yes, it's not good for long-term health. And studies actually show the more a woman acts as a man in more masculine roles, her hormones are even more imbalanced. And same actually goes for men. Men who work in more feminine roles have lower testosterone.
What kind of roles like are you saying are like feminine? Because you seem to say that like accounting, bookkeeping, insurance, that was all masculine. We agreed. NFL football is more masculine. We did agree on that. All right. More physically intensive stuff is going to skew more towards men. So what type of jobs are you talking about that are like women are like feminine jobs? If it's not like administrative or like, those types of things, or like financial.
I actually addressed this in my opening statement that women are neurologically designed for, our nervous system is designed for attachment, and men's system is more threat oriented. Men tend to be
but
more.
Didn't you also say that women are more likely to like abuse their children and more likely to abuse people in care positions? So that seems like they're not fit for that job either. So what jobs are we talking about?
Yeah, and women actually gravitate towards caretaking jobs. You can see this. They gravitate more towards the attachment, but the attachment styles used to be within communities and under they had not checks and balances. What's the accountability? Not just from the man of the household, but also from other women in the community.
Okay.
Can I actually address something that you said in your rebuttal? I forgot. I
Yeah,
actually wanted to address
go for it.
You were talking about how socialism is benefit society. I've never seen it benefit society. Actually, the only time I have seen socialism work was actually.
I didn't say that. I don't think I said socialism.
I'm pretty positive you did.
No, because I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist, so I don't think I would have ever said that.
Well, then maybe I misheard. Because I was going to say
that does not sound like something I've ever. But maybe I misspoke. I think I might have said that feminism is beneficial to. I'm trying to look through my notes for there. I don't even know what I would have said that for. But talking about physically, not being able to physical. I'm exhausted right now. I'm not gonna lie. So like, I'm not on my A game right now. But that doesn't mean that I don't think necessarily I could. This is, yeah. I mean, this is. That's why the whole idea that like, well, women can't do bookkeeping because they, especially because historically that was kind of that skewed towards women.
So here's my question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's important for women to have children in order for society to keep going on?
I would probably say yeah. I think having, but I think the whole birth rate arguments are kind of Malthusian, in the sense that like for decades and decades and decades, everyone's like, oh my God, there's going to be too many people. There's going to be too many people. I think, yeah, the birth rate's slowing down. I don't think it's as big of a deal as people are saying.
Well, people aren't replacing themselves, and it's projected to get even worse. But you could at least admit that it is important that people reproduce, correct?
Yeah, I mean, for humanity, yeah, I would say definitionally, yeah.
So men and women both go through puberty.
Hmm.
Women go through their 28-day cycle every month. Then women also go through pregnancy, postpartum, and then premenopause and menopause. So you're telling me with all those hormonal changes, it's not going to burn out women having this same expectations for her to compete with a man? It's unrealistic.
I mean, I don't necessarily think so. Like I said, I mean, my mom was a stay at home mom for years, and then when we grew up, she was like, all right, I'm going back to work, you know, and she was very successful at that. She went and got her master's degree, and then continued her, you know, she continued her education, and then you know, continued her career after that.
Did she already go through menopause?
No,
Okay. So she went through menopause later.
yeah, after yeah, when she was working, yeah.
Do you know about
I'm
how much?
assuming. I don't know. I haven't talked to my mom about when her menopause, you know. So,
Yeah, a
uh,
lot of men don't know a lot of the hormonal issues that women go through because we're shamed for having those and seen as weak. So women have to medicate themselves in order to try and compete with men, and it's not healthy for us.
I just want to try and get a clarifier here, just like looking at this as an audience member here, just to clarify, are we right now, is this debating the like average biological differences, the individual capability, or like job specific requirements? Because these are like three very different places, and I
yeah, I
see
mean,
we're kind of
I think we both agree that like biologically, there's obvious differences. And I think we both agreed that yeah, there might be some women who can do certain jobs that certain men can't do it, but there's going to be it's bimodal. There's going to be like uh, certain physical traits that men are going to on average be better than women on average. I think we agreed on that. So I don't think we're talking about that. Um, as far as you were talking about
because like you had mentioned like some anecdotes there, and like so I was thinking, are we talking about like individuals capabilities or job specific requirements then maybe?
well, I think I was using, you know, like, you know, we're bringing up my mom. The reason for that was because that's like an example. That's a specific example of what I think is an overall trend. I think women are perfectly capable of getting. I mean, right now they're outpacing men in higher education by far, right? So I think for educational achievement, I think that's they're obviously, you know, I mean, there's plenty of arguments too that maybe the education system isn't, you know, isn't necessarily skewed for teaching men the correct way, even though I don't think it's changed that much. Um,
Okay.
but
I would argue it definitely supports women and not men. But
So
again,
just sorry, just to
mhm.
maybe bring us just back here, because like even if the capability difference exists in some fields, I think the core question here is remaining like, has feminism improved like the societal outcomes overall? So I
Yeah,
think right now we're kind of like in this capability debate, but
yeah,
hmm
we're kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
getting
okay,
away from the overall thing.
how it affected society.
yeah. Well,
Right,
I mean,
because
I
I
think
think you both agree that it did change society. So I think the argument or the debate is, was the change good or not?
well,
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
mean,
would say that women are more medicated. I think that women are on birth control, they're on antidepressants. People consume more caffeine, sleeping pills,
that's
all
also
sorts of things
there's
just
that's
to,
also because there's a whole lot of that stuff that's more readily available right today for everyone, not just women, but for men as well, right? I
well,
mean, they
not
didn't
women.
have like I don't they didn't really have like antidepressants in like the 1930s, right? You know, I mean, they
Well, they
probably
had
had
herbs.
some, but it's probably going to be much more limited. Um, so you know, so talking about society as a whole, I mean, one of the issues you brought up in your opening was you said that you know, you know, during World War II and immediately after, that the labor market was thrashed and it was so awful. But it seems like that was actually the most explosive growth for in like in American history for our economy. And it was because we had I would argue it's because we actually had like double the workforce. You know,
I would say during that expansion, or I would say that the majority, I mean, I could look up the stats, but the majority of women were still at home at that point. but they did get a taste for working, and women did start to leave the home and prioritize career rather than their families.
Yeah. Well, so they started to do that, but I mean, but it still it resulted in economic growth after World War II, right? I mean, because
But at
women
what
were working, they were
extent?
working in the workforce. I don't know how many of them like quit. I'd have to look at labor force participation over that, during that time. But I don't think that's, I think it's pretty clear that as women started to go in, and that's also correlates with when we had some of the most explosive growth, and as, and and technological advancements as well, right? That all of these things correlate, you know. Now you're also saying like, well, but women are more unhappy. Well, I think, like I said, I it's happiness is a weird thing to measure, right? Because you ask, if you were to go back and to like 1200 AD, right, and you ask some peasant farmer, "Are you happy?" We're probably going to be like, "Oh yeah, sure. I got my gruel. I've got my burlap sack that I'm wearing. I'm sure I've got everything that I need." But then if once I would argue that even though that peasant might be happy in medieval England, and in medieval Europe, I think they would probably be more happy being unhappy in our time with all the opportunities and everything that they can do. You get what I'm saying?
Um, I I think I do.
So like
Um,
if you were to take the same peasant, right, and plop them
mhm.
into to today, right, after they get past the initial, like they might be like, "Oh my god, what is this witchcraft that I can see moving people on this glowing stone," right? After they get past that kind of thing and they kind of settle in, yeah, they might be like, "Oh gosh, this grind is really getting me," right? But I still think that person would be happier today than if you went back, if you were to take somebody from today and drop them into like medieval times that's unhappy today. I don't think they would be. I would much rather live here, and I think most people would much rather live in this time, because there's like more things to complain about, right?
Mm, I don't think that's a good comparison because I think you're talking about peasants who lived right outside of the city versus people who lived further out in smaller communities. I would say that those people that had a thriving community did better. It used to be that women could still earn money while staying home. They had friends and family, other women who could all come together to teach their children, to work together to earn money. They had communities, strong communities. We no longer have communities, and feminism pushes very much for individualism, this whole enlightenment. It's all about me, bodily autonomy. It no longer has any, like, people don't have a sense of duty, obligation, responsibility. It's all about freedom. Do whatever you want. There's no discipline and direction, and it deviates from what we can see historically has always worked.
Yeah, it might be the case that like that the ages have shifted for that. I don't think there's anybody that's in like their mid to late 30s or 40s or older that doesn't have like a sense of responsibility or obligations or duties to the people that they care about. Maybe if you're talking about like 24-year-olds and like historically, yeah, sure, because they started working, like these basically were starting their careers or whatever at like 16. Yeah, sure, maybe compared to them. But I think nowadays, uh, I mean, we also live longer and we work longer as well. So on the flip side, on the other end, people were basically retiring when they were like 50, right? But that's just not necessary anymore, you know. And going back to the birth rate things, that was part of the reason that like why birth rates have been declining was because you need your children was basically your retirement plan, right?
Yeah,
That was like
families used to take care of each other. But why on earth would a child take care of parents who push them off for someone else to raise them in
I
public schools?
I don't think people do that. I think that's an absolute mischaracterization. I don't think people that attended public schools don't like their parents. I don't think that's the case.
I'm not saying that they don't like their
and wouldn't
parents.
take
They
care of their
bonded
parents.
with other people and it broke up the family.
Well, it's the
So
community you're talking about, right?
okay, so when it broke up the families, it used to be families were together longer. Even it depends on how far back you go.
I mean, yeah, they shared the
So
same bed too until they were like,
it depends on how far back you go. So, it used to be men worked on their farm and the woman helped with his farm work and the children even participated. There was a
yeah,
very strong family unit.
well,
Now you have husbands who are torn towards their career, wives who are torn towards their career, and then children that are pawned off on the government to raise and indoctrinate and teach. And so there's no longer that bonding and family unit. And this is exactly what happens with parents when they get older. It used to be the children took care of them, but not even the parents take care of their children now. Now they expect somebody else to do it. They work so someone else can do it. It is depriving people of community and connection. And I would even say one of the biggest things that women used to do is cooking from scratch. This has affected our health um, so much. Like we have obesity, diabetes, heart disease, all of these illnesses because a lot of working women are cooking from boxes. They're getting pre made food from Costco or Sam's. People are not eating healthy anymore. They're not prioritizing health. They're essentially eating junk. This is why people are exhausted and tired. Yes, our life expectancy increased when antibiotics were introduced. That was like the biggest one.
well, I mean, it's
But
not just that. There's all kind of medical science has just exploded, and I mean, not in small part to women. You know, as women work a lot in like medical fields and scientific research, right? And all this stuff is expanding our lifespan and our health outcomes. And I mean, if you look in like, let's
very
say,
little. There were not large amounts of women um, in STEM whenever it came to like innovations. There were outliers, absolutely. I'm completely aware of that, but the majority was men.
well, but like, what kind of like medical innovations and stuff are coming? I'd have to look at the proportionality of that, but
So, specifically, antibiotics is what increased the life expectancy. I can't remember the year, but that. So my, actually was a woman who studied STEM. I was in biotechnology, and that's one of the things that I learned in my microbiology classes. I could look it up really quick if you would like me to.
no, it's I agree that I mean, penicillin was probably that was the big one, right? And that kind of
Hmm.
everything kind of flowed through from that. I don't think that it's necessarily stopped. I mean, I think our ability to identify diseases has grown. Our ability to treat pretty much everything has expanded. I mean, even if you look at like things like leukemia, the outcomes for leukemia are really great now. I mean, or what is it, prostate cancer? 80% of men get prostate cancer over the course of their lives, but the health outcome of it is like 95% are going to survive. So
Yeah, and a lot of people talk about like genetics when it comes to cancer, but actually, what you eat can cause certain genes to express or silence. And the fact that we're eating such garbage food because who has time to cook from scratch when two parents are working, especially if they're both working
both
40-hour weeks?
both parents, I this is anecdotal, but I would say that I know more men today that cook than if you would assume like back in like the 50s and 60s where the man was like, oh, the woman's got to cook for me. I think nowadays you have both people cooking. I mean, I know when my wife was working, that's what we did. She'd say like, okay, you cook this day, I cook this day, you cook this day, I cook this day, and I
Were
think
y'all cooking from scratch, one
yeah,
ingredient for everything?
no, I
Or were you getting
cooking
boxed meals,
no cooking from
canned
scratch.
food?
Sometimes we call it like our emergency stash, like, oh, we both worked late, okay, let's grab this. But most of the time it's like cooking from scratch, meal prepping. I mean, there's tons of resources out there today to do that type of thing. I don't necessarily think it's the fault of feminism that there's convenient food out to be made quickly, like factor meals
Feminism
or whatever. I don't
for
think that's
women to
feminism.
prioritize career. And I've literally talked to thousands of women on different social media platforms, and the younger generations, they don't know how to cook. They can do certain things in whatever career field it is that they chose. They can't cook, they can't garden, they don't know any sort of animal husbandry. I would say even men have deviated toward from like animal husbandry, right?
That's
Most
because,
people
I mean,
aren't having farms anymore.
well, yeah,
They
but
aren't raising their own food.
that's because, like, when you were talking about like the time when like you were saying, oh, the men would go work in the farm and the women would work in the farm and all the kids would work on the farm and stuff. That's because we were subsistence farming. Like 80% of the country was subsistence farmers at the time.
Yeah, and
That's
we've
not a good living.
outsourced all of this. Now
I
we're trusting our literally what we put in our bodies for other people to govern that.
Do you think it's
Instead
more?
of mothers who used to literally care about their family. Do you think these companies that are selling you this food care about any of this? They literally spray atrazine, like all of these chemicals that are endocrine disruptors. People aren't growing their own food anymore. The society has outsourced everything when
Yet our
women left
health
the
outcomes are
household.
still increasing. But do you think it's better for society for people to be subsistence farmers or to live in our society now? Do you think
I think
if we
it's
return to
good to
being
have a
subsistence farmers?
combination. It's good for women to stay at home. We know that studies are now showing that children who are put in daycares have a lot of trauma from that. They are more likely to have learning disability, behavioral issues. And if you look at, I've seen this so many times. I used to work in daycares, and this is actually one of the reasons, in childcare in general, this is actually one of the reasons why I didn't want to work there anymore. The things that I saw and the way that these women treated children that were not theirs was atrocious. If I had seen someone treat my child that way, actually, I'll give an example. I had, for one portion, for 6 months, put my son in a Montessori school, and I pulled him out because he had, now, this is the most prestigious one that you could find in my area. He had an adult size handprint on his arm. This, you're entrusting your lineage, your extension of yourself to people who don't care about your kids.
I would
They've
disagree with that.
outsourced everything.
I all the teachers that I've known throughout my entire life, they've all, and I know lots of teachers, they all care about the kids that they teach and the kids
What
that they
state
work
are you
with.
in?
I've lived all over the country.
Mm. I I can say that
Virginia,
in
Washington, Arizona, Illinois, Kentucky. So I can say, I mean, I don't know, maybe you just got a bad school or something like that, but
Texas is pretty bad. I will admit that. Their education system is awful. There's arrests all the time because of P3DOs. There was an arrest in a local school because a teacher, a woman, left bruises on a child. I don't understand why people want to outsource the most important job, which is raising children, the next generation, and teaching them. Why are we
well,
outsourcing our health?
because people, we specialize today. We're not all subsistence farmers. That's a good thing, right? When you were talking about like, oh well, kids don't take care of their parents. Kids do take care of their parents, but they also supplement that with like professionals who know like the specifics. If they have something like Parkinson's or something like that, there's professionals who know how to address that. Whereas a kid who doesn't, right? We're not subsistence farmers. Our society is way too complex for that now, and we have
I
to.
disagree because I practice herbalism. I'm a big believer in a lot of herbalist remedies. That should be your number one defense. Now we go to doctors who are in it for the money. I think the third leading cause, it might have changed recently, but the third leading cause of death was medical error. This was just several years ago before COVID. It
Well,
did
that's
change
better than
after
the
COVID.
disease, right? That's better than like, right? I'd rather have a small percentage of people die from like medical error than have
Third
like,
leading cause of death? That's not a little amount. It's alarming.
yeah, but what's the percentage like of death, right? That it's causing, right? I mean, if all the other causes of death are reducing, so that medical malpractice is rising, right? I would say that's probably a good thing. I mean, we got to look at the overall numbers for that, right? Or do you disagree
I
with
would
that?
say we have more illness now. I mean, you could argue that we are able to test more. So there's some that one's kind of difficult to argue. But if you look at the Amish, they they literally grow all of their own stuff. They have almost no cancer. I actually I don't even think I know of any Amish people who have cancer.
And you know what's great about living in our society? If you want to go be Amish, you can go be Amish.
You actually can't, but you can create a society very similar to the
Yeah,
Amish, but you
you're
can't
free to
go
do
into
that.
their
If you want to do that, and you can turn off all your phone. You know, you can get off the internet, go touch grass permanently. Right? You can do that if you want.
That takes a community, and not enough people have the mindset because they've been brainwashed and indoctrinated by public schools.
Um, I mean, I think now you have a reach beyond. I mean, before, right? How many people were we talking to that are all over the world right now? I think our reach right now that you can build a community that spans the globe, or the plane if you're a flat earther. Um, so you could you could. So yeah, we don't. Our concept of communities have shifted, and I would agree with that. I think our concept of communities, because the internet is so transformational and so just like beyond anything that we've ever had as humanity before. You know, that I think
It's
we're still
harder to vet
kind of trying to
people that
adjust to
you
that, but I think we're getting, honestly, I think the Gen Alpha and Gen Z kids, I think they're probably more capable of navigating and building communities than older people, just because they are.
No way. No way. They don't even know how to interact with each other.
But they know
I've
how
seen
to build
I've seen
communities
them
online.
sitting on the couch and they're just texting each other, and I'm like, y'all are sitting right next to each other. Like that's a
But it's
wild statement.
it's changing. But that's how like society is now, right? And you don't have to have now. And to be fair, I think it's important. I think you should know your neighbors. I think you should go and say hi to them. And every place that I've ever lived, all the neighbors know each other, right? Maybe not like everybody in the town, right? But everybody does. But apart from that, we don't rely on our neighbors like that. We have a whole other communities that we've built online. And now I think that's kind of getting away from the. I think that's kind of getting away from the topic of the debate, because I don't think that necessarily has to do with feminism. But yeah,
Well, I think feminism breaks up the family unit, and whenever you break up the family unit, communities crumble because they got to pick: am I on the woman's side or I am on the man's side?
but I would say
no longer have these communities anymore. And these communities, you say, oh well, you have access to so many people. Communities were there for a reason. You knew generations of families, they were vetted. You knew, like, if those people were people of their word, if they had character. Now you don't know. You're starting from ground zero, and if you're meeting someone off the internet, you don't know. There's a reason why we had our society set up in communal or
that's because that's what we had to do. We didn't have the option, right?
it's because that's where we thrive. We need each other. This idea of individualism and outsourcing everything and specialization has made us completely incompetent.
Do
If
you think
let's
do
say
you think
something
specialization
happens
is beneficial?
catastrophic, how many people would actually survive? I think people in the city would be the first to die off. Like people could barely freaking wipe their ass. Like, have you actually spent time and talked to some of these young adults on TikTok or social media? Have you actually talked to these young adults?
Talk to them? I mean, some to some extent. I mean, not necessarily about this specific issue, but yeah, I've talked to them. I've talked to my family and everything. So, do you think specialization is beneficial for society?
I think in certain things, yes. But
Like what kind of
no,
things?
so
Like
whenever we're
economically?
talking about, well, I mean, you used to have families that were shoemakers, or you had families that were farmers, or you had families that did, whatever it was that they did. I think that is important, creating communities around that. And if you look at how things are now, corporations have gotten so big. What after the fifth level, corporations aren't even they're not functional. It's just a bunch of people profiting off of all the backs of everybody else. So it's not what's the word I'm looking for? It's not efficient anymore. So we need to downscale. I'm not saying completely. I'm not saying let's go back to the Stone Ages
Well, I mean,
and
you're
make
like
fire like cavemen
5 minutes
outside
ago,
and
you were
burn
just
our
saying that that we'd be better off being subsistence farmers. So it sounds like you kind of are saying that. Yeah, I mean, I just want everyone to realize, like, if we're subsistence farmers, say goodbye to the internet. These debates aren't going to happen. Your smartphone, not going to happen. I don't know how to make a bass guitar. I don't know how to make a guitar. I don't know how to make a ukulele. I'm not a luthier. Okay, so if we went back to subsistence farmers, say goodbye to all that type of stuff.
I'm not saying to go back that far. I'm saying that whenever it comes to who's raising our children, to the food that we're putting into our mouth, even the food that's grown, it should be local that we're getting it from. So we know that that farmer is either raising the animals humanely and in a healthy way and not put on all of these different antibiotics. And the crops are being grown without very harmful endocrine disruptors. I'm saying that we have gotten so disconnected from the things that affect our health and and the people who are raising our children. I don't think that other people should be raising our children. And I do believe in free will, like people can do what they want, but I think that I see what feminism has done in the past, 100 years, and women are more promiscuous, they have more sexual partners, they have more trauma, more STDs, they have children outside of marriage, multiple baby daddies, they're struggling mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. I don't see where feminism has helped women.
I mean, they have a lot of this opportunity, and you're looking at like you're kind of cherry picking these specific instances, like, you know, people that have like multiple, you know, multiple children from multiple husbands, or, not to totally derail this, but I mean, we have the same case. Half the country thinks that this is like one of the greatest people in the world is someone who has children from multiple, partners, right? So I I don't think that's. I think that's got more to do with like where we are as like a world and in human civilization than to say it's feminism. I think that's got to do with like the internet and the ability to travel, the ability to meet different people. Before it was just, the trade off was, well, yeah, you had these small, close knit communities where everybody knew each other and they've known each other for hundreds of years. But the trade off is that you don't have things like electricity and the internet and cell phones and digital cameras and computers and cars that can drive wherever, airplanes, all that type of stuff, right? You don't have any of these things. Like that's the trade-off. If you want to have these small, close like communities where people don't specialize, that's the trade-off. And I think
only if you're taking, not if you're only taking a majority of women outside of the 9 to 5 workplace so that they can stay at home and raise their children.
so. If you take a majority of the women out, how would you? Just curious, how would you do that? Would you like mandate
It
it?
would have to be slow. It couldn't be all at once.
Would you legally mandate it?
No, I don't believe in legally mandating what can and can't be done. I do believe in
Okay, cool.
incentives.
That's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we also we have incentives, right? We have tax incentives that incentivize.
Yeah, we do now. Yeah,
No, we
absolutely.
have.
For people who want to homeschool, you get, I think, if the child's disabled, you can get like 30,000 towards education, a tax write-off, or allowances
I mean,
towards certain education. Um,
there have been
the
children
average
tax
parent
credits
gets
for like
around 10.
decades.
Yeah, but specifically like for homeschoolers and all of that, that I think that's been something that's rolled out more recently. At least that I've not heard of it until recently.
I mean, so okay, so we expect women to be chefs. We expect women to be, uh, so they have to be chefs. They have to be doctors. They have to be professional educators. They have to be all these things, and right, because if they stay in the home and we're not specializing, we're not outsourcing any of this stuff, right? They have to be all these. They have to be care providers. They have to do all these things, and to be honest, that sounds like exhausting to have one person do all that. And you were saying that women are less physically capable. I mean, plus
No,
you're
no,
talking
no,
about that
no, no. I said
like a
that
week out of
women
the
don't
month they're
have
just
stable
completely out of
hormonal
commission,
cycles.
and so a week out of the month they're completely out of commission for doing all these things
No,
anyway,
no,
right?
not completely out of commission. Whenever you work for yourself, you can pace yourself. There are times where you get a lot done, and then there are other times you get a little bit less, and you can, alter your schedule. So it's very different than going to working a 9 to 5 job. It doesn't matter your hormonal cycles. It doesn't matter if you're pregnant. Women are going back to work after like 3 to 6 weeks after having a child.
Well, I agree.
Like,
I agree. We should extend paternity and maternity care. I think both parents should be at home with the baby and the like immediately after. I think that's something that we should work for, as a society.
we've outsourced childcare, and the repercussions are catastrophic. I mean, these children have learning disabilities, um, trauma from the neglect and abuse that happens in these daycares and in the education system. Again, you kind of skipped over the whole sexual liberation part, but it used to be that women went from their father's house to their husband's house. Now we know that if you look at the stats on this, the more sexual partners a woman has, the more likely she is to leave her partner. And you can see that 70% or 69% of divorces are
Nice.
initiated by women. And it's mostly because of irreconcilable differences, not because of abuse, not because of infidelity, because they just don't want to be in the relationship anymore. They're choosing their happiness over what's right for the family. We can see this
Well,
all throughout the past years where feminism has pushed women to prioritize their career and sacrifice their families.
yeah, but if the parents like can't stand each other, I think that's just as bad for the family.
No, you have self control and you work it out. I can tell you that
I
in marriages, I know people who have been married, 30 years. They can tell you they did not like each other the entire time, but they worked it out. There's no reason to
well,
leave
it's
if there's
over.
not extreme, like
I'm not saying.
drug use.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like the first time you get like, oh, he left the toilet seat up or he didn't rinse out his toothpaste after he brushed his teeth. Well,
Are you
divorce.
listening to
I'm
what
not
women
saying
are
that that's
saying?
what
That's what
we,
they're
we
saying.
should be.
That's what they're saying. They're
Nobody is
literally
saying that.
saying,
Nobody is
yes,
saying
they
if your
are.
husband
Yes,
leaves
they are.
the nobody. People are saying that if your husband leaves the toilet seat up once, or you find that he didn't rinse his toothpaste spit out
No,
down
if
the
you
drain, you
listen
got to
to what they're
divorce him.
saying, the women are saying he's such a great guy. I just want to go find myself. What it is women are no longer happy in long term relationships because they've had too many sexual partners. They can't bond with their partner and stay with them. And they want to go out. And a lot of these women, you can see them crash out on social media crying because they're like, I thought I was going to go out and it was going to be better. And now I'm just lonely, and they're replacing family with animals, with cats. Like, women are opting out of marriage and having children. because they can no longer pair bond with men. They've had way too many sexual partners. They're way too selfish. There's no sense of duty or sense of discipline. They're selfish because
Once again,
feminism told them that they're more important than any sense of duty towards family and country, or let alone God.
I that sounds kind of like a little preposterous. I don't believe that people are saying that you should divorce your spouse if he leaves the toilet, your husband if he should leave the toilet seat up. I don't think that that's happening. I mean, if people aren't happy, I mean, I don't see why you should be miserable in a relationship. I don't see why, you know, someone should stay in a relationship, whether it's a man or a woman,
For
right?
the
If they're not
children.
happy.
For the children.
You can make it, there's plenty of parents, there's plenty of people, and there's probably more resources today than ever in history for how to have how to successfully, manage a family after a divorce.
But what's happening? Single parent, specifically single mothers, right? The women who are leaving these relationships, the outcome is their children are, um, they have learning disabilities, they have behavioral disabilities, there's more incarceration rates, drug abuse, violent crimes.
There's women committing
No, the
single mothers.
children
Oh,
from the
the children,
single mothers. Yes, they need their fathers.
Well, I don't think that that's. I mean, there's got to be like a whole host of issues. I would say going on with that. That doesn't sound like.
But the debate is about the outcome. How has feminism? How has it affected society?
Well, yeah, I don't think that has to do with feminism. I think that has to do with a whole host of other aspects of society and the world as the world's evolved. That doesn't have to.
What's
That's
an
independent of
example?
feminism. What's an example?
Yes.
The proliferation of crack cocaine in the 80s. The large scale imprisonment of people in the United States. I think those things, that's not feminism, right? Do you think the crack cocaine epidemic is in the 80s?
Well,
Was
I
that
will
a
say
result of
that
feminism?
the sexual revolution was pushed by feminism, and with that also came drug use.
So men in the 80s were taking
That's the
crack
Enlightenment you're
cocaine.
talking about. All the people who, dabbled in different things back in their younger years, and now they're teaching
Well,
kids to be liberated and
to be fair, like a
enlightened.
lot of the boomers that were from the 60s and 70s, they grew up to be like pretty conservative. So I don't think that those were the same people. I mean, that sounds.
Not the ones in the education system, not the ones who are pushing these agendas on children.
People are
Not the
pushing crack
ones
cocaine on
saying,
children. Yeah, they should be fired.
oh my God, no, I'm talking about certain ideologies pushed in the education system, but that was a nice stretch.
Look, there's a whole. The world is complicated, and trying to blame every failing of society, like I would say, the internet has disrupted family life and society way more than feminism ever has. You know,
The internet pushes feminism.
but it also
Everywhere
doesn't.
you look.
You're on the internet and you're pushing, anti-feminism,
Yes,
right?
and
You're saying
I'm
that we
pretty
should
sure
be
I'm the
subsistence farmers.
minority of women, because most women are feminist. Most women vote liberal.
Okay, so make better. I guess make better arguments to convince them. Or are you saying women are too stupid, or is it just the time of the month that they can't determine who's at fault for an
Exactly,
accident?
they change their mind all the time.
So they can't decide who's at fault for an accident. They can't decide what's best for themselves.
Depends on the time of the month.
So it just all depends on the time of the month. So I just yeah. I don't know. This is it's interesting, but I'm glad that we at least agree that you think that men and women should be equal before the law. I think that was a good thing that we came to. Yeah. Oh no, Speakeazy. I think we're at the end here.
Yeah, well, I mean, with only
20
18
seconds.
seconds
18
left
seconds.
there, yeah. It's pretty good timing, pretty good timing. So we can wrap it here, right? That'll wrap up the open floor portion. First off, great exchange from both sides tonight. Um, what we're going to be doing now is entering into the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to the live chat: the Q&A is there up. So if you've got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, the super chats and PayPals and Cash Apps, these will take priority. And if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, we won't get to those free questions. So if there's something you really want to be asked or said, send it through one of those priority options. With that being said, we're going to move right into closings. Each debater will get 5 minutes to make their final case. So we're going to start with bass guitar because you opened first. So we're going to give you the first or closer, so that will give Athena the last word. So bass guitar, whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So I started out by saying that feminism is the logical extension of Enlightenment liberalism, and that's a good thing to have for Enlightenment liberalism. I think there's a lot of things that came out of that we don't want to give up. I mean, even Athena agreed that she probably wouldn't force her son into an arranged marriage, and she wasn't subject to an arranged marriage herself, and probably, and especially now, probably wouldn't want to be forced into an arranged marriage again. I think she likes having her autonomy and her ability to choose and make her own choices for that. We got a little into the weeds, but not too bad. We talked about how, there's economic growth. Now my opponent says that the economic growth just either wasn't there or it doesn't really affect having women. But I think it's pretty clear. I mean, if we look through history, that all the countries that have expanded the right to work to women and expanded feminist ideas and equality to women, those are all the most productive countries in the world. Those are all like the most wealthy countries in the world. We can't find examples of countries where where women are kind of they don't have equality under the law, or they don't have their own autonomy, or all the women are stay-at-home moms, where there's booming economies. I'm a big proponent of free markets. I think let people do what they want, and what works. I mean, and if there's people can convince, if it's more beneficial for society, let for women to stay at home. I don't think that's the case, but if that were the case, show me some examples, of it in modern society, where we can control for things like, the internet and technology and things like that. Show me where women staying at home leads to a booming, wealthy economy. But that doesn't exist, because that doesn't seem to objectively be the case. So once again, I am glad that we were able to agree. So we did find a couple pieces of agreement. We agreed that there are probably some jobs that are more suited for women and some jobs that are more suited for men, although the ones that were suited for women seem to not be suited for women. So I wasn't, according to my opponent, so that was a little confusing there. We agreed that, people who are 5'2", 105 pounds probably shouldn't be defensive line. You shouldn't be on defensive lines. We agreed on that. So yeah, it was overall, I think it was a good debate. I respect my opponent. I think I'm glad that she decided to come on the internet and speak up about this as a woman from this perspective. I think that's a really cool thing, that she was able to do that, share some of her experiences from her education, from her real life experiences of working. And, I think that was all really cool. And for me, that is an example of feminism, right? That she has this education and experience that she's able to draw upon. She's able to, talk about things like, yeah, I would agree. I think cooking home cooked meals is probably good. I don't necessarily think that's anti-feminist to say to say cooking home cooked meals is good. Um, and she's able to share experiences about, tackling livestock and probably castrating some cows, right? That's so. Yeah, there was some cool agreements there. There was a bit of confusion, but yeah, with that I'll cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Athena. And Athena, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Let me be clear. I'm not here to attack women. I'm not denying injustice. I'm not pretending the past was perfect. I'm here to talk about outcomes. Feminism didn't just challenge abuse, it redefined womanhood. Marriage became a trap, motherhood became a setback, needing a man became weakness. And the family, the one place most women and children are actually protected, was quietly dismantled. Motherhood was stripped of honor. Women who stayed home were mocked, sidelined, and told they settled for less. Raising children was treated like a wasted potential. Meanwhile, the work shaping human beings was replaced with chasing status that never loves you back. Men and women turned into rivals. Partnership was replaced with power, love with leverage, commitment with caution. Dating collapsed into confusion. Marriage turned into a risk instead of a goal. Women were told to wait, build first, have kids later. Biology was ignored. Time was lied about. Now, countless women are left with infertility, regret, and grief no one warned them about, and no one wants to acknowledge. Sex was disconnected from responsibility and sold as freedom. What followed wasn't liberation, it was damage, emotional trauma, abortion, disease, single motherhood, and once again, women paid the price. Women were told they don't need a man, yet men still build and maintain society's infrastructure. Men work most civil service jobs. Men still do their duty to society, but were removed from the homes. That didn't empower women, it exhausted them. Fatherhood became optional, and when families weakened, the state stepped in to replace what men once did. Womanhood was politicized, biology became offensive, dependence, a basic human reality, was labeled as weakness. Equality was redefined as pretending men and women are the same, even when the even when that left women exhausted, overstretched, and burned out. This is why women are opting out of getting married and having children. Shame is one of society's greatest tools to keep people from deviating into unproductive or harmful, um, deviating from being unproductive or harmful. But the shame was now in prioritizing being a helpmate and mother. Putting family first was seen as failure. What was once two people working towards one goal became two people competing against the world in separate goals. The law of synergy was ignored. Victimhood became an identity. Women are now the most empowered victims, according to feminism, a walking contradiction. Responsibility became offensive. Modesty, commitment, sacrifice, and faithfulness were mocked. Dating was unstable, marriage became fragile, and even dangerous for men, because women have more rights than ever, more rights to reproduction than men, but women still have the same privileges and protections they did before. Feminism can't even pick a lane. One second they are equal and empowered, ignoring biology, stats, and history and outcome. The next, they are victims needing special protections. Trust disappeared. Children were pushed to the margins, optional, inconvenient, negotiable. This is why our birth rates are plummeting at alarming rates. And women who choose faith, family, marriage, or submission were silenced, shamed, or dismissed as brainwashed. Here's the truth feminism avoids: women's complaints were real, but the solution made things worse. Women are lonelier, more anxious, less supported, less protected, less fulfilled. This isn't empowerment, it's collapse. The alternative isn't oppression, it's order, it's responsibility. It's men and women working together instead of fighting each other. It's motherhood honored, fatherhood expected, families rebuilt, and children put back at the center. That's not going backwards. That's a society that thrives.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That's going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out there in the audience, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reasons. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy, all of that. Anything where conversation is worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you show them support for coming out and stepping into the arena live in front of you all to sharpen their arguments tonight. Before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each side based on arguments I heard, things I want clarified, things I think maybe want to deserve one more pass, things of this nature. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first question, we're going to start. Yesterday, I started with affirmative, so I'll start with the negative tonight. So we'll start with Athena. So if one of the arguments you had made tonight about with feminism being a big cause for the like family decline, so like what specific policy changes would you implement that strengthen families without uh, removing women's autonomy like bass guitar thinks is gonna happen?
Okay, so what I would do if it was possible, but I don't see it happening, is I would not necessarily get rid of no fault divorce. I would essentially make it to where if someone is choosing no fault divorce, the person choosing that walks away with nothing. With They can walk away with what they had before the relationship, but when you commit to someone in marriage and you build something together, that is for the family, not that individual to split up. I think that would keep families together. It would make women second guess, do I really want to leave this man because I'm unhappy if I'm going to start out with nothing, if I'm not taking half of the resources? Because the reality is, women tend to earn less than men, yet the assets are split 50-50. And if the person who's initiating divorce for no fault is leaving with half, I don't believe that that's fair, especially since they put men on child support. So I think that not rewarding bad behavior, not rewarding the no fault divorce, but I would also say that the reverse would be true. So for fault divorce, infidelity, and abuse, that the person who is initiating the divorce by causing the abuse and cheating, that they would essentially leave with only what they came with, not with what was built for the family.
All right. And bass guitar, did you have anything for that?
Yeah, actually, while you were talking, I was really curious about it, to see if there was, because I hear this, talking point a lot about, oh, no fault divorce, it's all initiated by women, um, but my curiosity was like, well, who, like, do the men agree in these situations, right? Because if the women are like, hey, we should get a divorce, and then the men are like, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't seem like, I mean, it's at least at a minimum, it doesn't seem to indicate that feminism is at fault. If both people agree, and I was curious, so I looked this up and I found a study from Southern Methodist University, and here's what it says: that the introduction of no fault grounds has not led to more divorce, but rather to more efficient divorce. In fact, the national divorce rate has fallen from around 23 divorces per 1,000 married couples in 1979 to less than 17 per 1,000 in 2005. Moreover, 95% of those divorces have settled out of court. So that, because they've settled out of court and they haven't gone to court, that seems to indicate that most people in that couple seem to agree. It says the system has freed couples from the adversarial and contentious nature of fault-based divorces, as well as the artificial placing of blame on a single act of misconduct when marital failure is almost always due to a complex set of factors. So, I to kind of sum that up is I don't think that there doesn't seem to be good evidence just from a cursory look that no fault divorce is like this big boogeyman, and it seems to be that no fault divorce, even if it's initiated by women, are actually kind of a both parties saying like, yeah, this isn't working out, we should probably come up with a different arrangement.
So can I rebuttal that really quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Sorry.
so from I would have to look up statistics. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, like men and women, interviewed them, and from what I gather is essentially men are advising them to just go along with the divorce because men are absolutely dog walked in divorces if they try to fight it. And then if they try to fight stuff and they don't just agree to terms, then they're accused of sexually abusing either the children or abusing the wife. Now all of these allegations come out once they don't agree to certain terms. So men are afraid and they are agreeing to a lot of these divorces because they know that they're going to lose because women are heavily favored in the court system and they use it to their benefit and they weaponize the children.
All right. And then my next question for you, Athena, would be how would you how do we distinguish between like problems that are caused by feminism and those that are actually caused by like how bass guitar had mentioned, like modern economic pressures with like housing costs or urbanization? How do we distinguish that?
How do we distinguish it, or how do we challenge that and change that? What was
Yeah, like how do we know, how do we distinguish like which problems are caused by feminism or and which problems are caused more by like the housing costs or urbanization? Or
Or
would you say that
automation, or
it it kind of walks hand in hand?
I would say it walks hand in hand. I know that, uh, and I'm in the what they call the dirty South. I'm in Texas, and I grew up in southern Texas, and I can tell you that almost every teacher I had was a feminist, and they were very open about being a feminist, and you were shamed for having Christian values, for talking about conservatism or any of that. I had an instance with one lady who had me stand in front of the class and watch everyone eat a treat that she gave to them because I wrote about God in my journal. So there's definitely a lot of abuse that happens with the teachers whenever a child does not fall in the agenda that they're trying to push. So I would say that feminism definitely does cause a lot of this because all of these ideologies that these young people have is because of their teachers. They spend more time with their teachers than they do their parents, and they're more bonded with strangers than they are with their actual parents.
All right. And did you have anything for that, bass guitar?
No, I just find it funny. I'll just make one like little quip regarding that. Is that it sounds like the indoctrination is pretty awful if Texas is full of feminist indoctrinating teachers and Texas is still a red state, still conservative. It seems like the indoctrination's not going well. So
They're saying that Texas is projected to be purple. I don't know after with everything that's happened if that's going to happen. Hopefully it does not.
I,
But there's a lot of people with different ideas that are moving to Texas
yeah, my
and
understanding is it's more like it's more demographic shifting, like it's more people moving in as opposed to uh, liberal
Yeah,
feminist
isn't it like
indoctrination.
Austin? Austin is
and
kind of
you
getting
also
a
Keep
little.
have
Austin weird, right? Yeah,
That's what's happening, right?
yeah.
but you also have people
Played
who
South by
are
Southwest back in the day. That was
yeah, you have a lot of people here in Texas who are economically more conservative, but socially more liberal, or at least libertarian. There's a lot um, of conservatives out here in Texas who vote red, but they're like pro-choice, for example.
Hmm. All right. So my next questions then are for bass guitar. My first one is, so if feminism has been like beneficial overall, what is like what? How would you address like the declining birth rates, the relationship stability that's in societies where feminism is most prevalent?
Yeah, so for the declining birth rates, I like I said before, to me that's it's a Malthusian red herring, right? In the 18 and for those of you who don't know, in the 1800s there was a guy named Malthus and he was projecting out the birth growth rate. And he was like, "Oh my god, if people keep having kids at the rate that they're having kids, the earth will not be able to sustain." And I think I can't remember, his projections were like way off because there was a whole bunch of things that happened that he didn't account for. Is first off, we got a lot more efficient at growing food because that was his big thing. He's just like, we won't be able to produce enough food. We won't have enough land to house the people and produce the food to support all this population. So this is a huge big thing. But there's just things that just he just couldn't have known, like the efficiency with which we're able to grow food now would have just blown his mind, right? And then on top of that, with as economic factors grew, the birth rate started to plateau. So the way that I view the declining birth rate is kind of like the opposite of that. Like it's a lot of people freaking out about something, but there's a whole bunch of things that like we just don't know what's going to happen in the future. And if we get down to be like 100,000 humans left, then maybe that's a big problem that we should start being concerned about. But I don't think that's going to happen. As far as the birth rate goes, for me it's just people are worried about it, but I don't think it's 200 years ago people were worried that there were going to be too many people. So I think it's a bunch of setting your hair on fire about nothing. As far as the birth rate, what was the other? And then as far as like other societal type issues,
Yeah, like the relationship stabilities you guys were talking about as well.
Yeah. So
Like the divorce rate way up.
yeah. So I don't necessarily think that the divorce rate being up is that bad either. It depends on the outcomes of it, right? Like if it's something like a no fault divorce and there's no kids, like I don't think that's that big of a deal if that's involved. I've had people come to me personally and ask me like for my opinion about, just to kind of lay it all out on the table, who've said like, "Hey, look, I'm thinking about divorcing my spouse. I want to get your opinion on it. Both of us." And I kind of said, do whatever you can to work it out, right? Especially because they had kids. I was like, look, do whatever you can. Because it definitely makes it more difficult, but I don't think it necessarily makes it impossible. There's plenty of people that make it work, and they have good, healthy family dynamics with having, after they've remarried or whatever, between the two people, like they shared pairing, co-parenting is, I think, the term that they use for it. I think that if it can be done, I think that's good. And just overall education to be able to, better family planning as well, which kind of contradicts the birth rate thing, but, make sure if you're having kids, if you're going to have kids with someone, make sure it's someone that you enjoy being with and it's not going to, fall apart after a kid comes. So I think there's definitely an argument there. And I think there could be,
Just so I can make sure I have your answer clear too, just maybe the audience will have the same uh, clarifying question as me. So basically, you're saying like the trade offs of like the declining birth rate, the relationship, maybe divorce rate going up. These are worth the overall beneficial or benefits that we get from feminism.
yeah, well, so specifically with the birth rate, like I said, I don't
Does it
think
sound like you were saying the
that
trade offs? Like,
doesn't matter. But
yeah.
yeah, and so yeah, I mean, I think overall we live in a better world. You know, a lot of times people try to think like, oh, the times we live in are so bad, or so bad, or so bad. In my opinion, we all live in the best like time in the history of the world. Now that doesn't mean there's no problems, right? Like, especially as the internet is kind of shifting things, and I mean, AI is going to do that more. Maybe automation has already like done crazy things with like with employment, right, over the past 30, 40 years. So I think it's things that need to be addressed. And you know, I don't have all the answers for how do you address it. Like, you know, as far as like with relationships, it's probably is harder to meet people like romantic partners nowadays, maybe. Although it's in some respects, you know, there's apps for it, right? You know, so although
All right.
when I found my wife, I'll you know, I don't know if I'm dating myself or not. When I found my wife, there was like the infancy of like the apps, and so like I didn't have success with that. But it was like the apps were like not really good. And I met my wife at a bar, so and we've been together for almost 10 years now. Well, no, we've been together for like 14 years. Married for about 10. So
I can tell you the apps are absolutely horrible. I, I would not advise anyone to get on those apps unless you're looking for one thing. That is literally all it is good for.
well, I mean, I would imagine that there's got to be, because I mean that sounds like it would be a niche, right? That someone would be good at. Although I remember back in the day when I was, because I worked for like a genealogy company, and at the time, this was when I was in college, and at the time, genealogy companies and internet dating were like the two big internet subscriptions. Those were like the two biggest sites for internet subscription, and they would always say like the problem with the internet dating things is that if they're good, they lose the customer. So that's one of the problems. They were like, but you work for genealogy.com, so you don't have to worry about that. There's always going to be more people to, you know, find, right? More ancestors. So they're like, that's not a problem that we have to worry about. But it's, yeah. Anyway.
And Athena, did you have anything for his answer to the question?
No, but I did want to comment on something. You were like, oh, well, Texas, you know, votes red. Just so you know, Texas used to vote blue before the 80s.
But they were still conservative. They weren't like liberal.
Yeah, that's why I said there's a lot of people here that, you know, might be economically conservative, but there's a lot of socially liberal ideas in Texas, especially if you're looking at the cities like Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. You're looking at very, very liberal ideas on socially.
All right. And then my second question for you, bass guitar, was going to be, should equality of opportunity accept like unequal outcomes between men and women, and if so, how do you determine when like the disparities are acceptable versus evidence of some type of like discrimination?
So yes, and I don't know. Yes, and that like
honest.
I think it's because it's a complicated question, right? Because then there's this
that's fair.
Like okay, let's just think about it like STEM. Like Obama had this big thing about getting more women into STEM because they were underrepresented, right? Now, I don't think necessarily STEM fields should be 50-50 men and women, right? And shooting for that outcome just is bonkers. It doesn't make sense because it could be the case that maybe women are actually more apt and more apt for STEM type things, like and maybe the correct balance is actually like 60-40 in favor of women. So right, why would you shoot for 50-50, right? So I think the best way to address it is just you know, and I was talking to, I remember maybe a decade or so ago, I was talking to a friend about this very question. And my thing was like, you should not, like, I don't think there should be a case where women should be telling, where teachers or, you know, educators or people in authority should be telling women or girls, right, when they're young, you can't do this because you're a woman, right? I don't think that should be the case. But I think, you know, just make it available to them as an option and let it fall, let things fall where they fall, right? Because I mean, there's definitely stories you heard. I mean, this is anecdotal that like, oh, women can't do science because that's a men's field, right? And I don't think that should be told. I don't think men should be told the same thing. Oh, you can't do that. That's a girl's field. Let you know, make the options available. Let the opportunity be equal. And then let it fall where it falls. And I don't know if it's even possible. It might not even be possible to know what like the correct disparity should be, right? So that's going to be tough to kind of look at. But I think we are moving in a way where the opportunity is becoming more equal, and like especially at the time, you know, if women were, you know, if you think about it, like okay. Let's say for the past 20 years, women have been discouraged from being chemists. Okay. Well, now we're trying to hire chemists, but for the past 20 years, women have been discouraged from that. Is the right answer, well, we should go out of our way to hire women chemists now? I don't even know if that's necessarily the right answer. Because it might be the case where what we need to do is just remove the ideology or whatever that's saying women can't be chemists, right? If that's what's causing them to not be chemists, remove that. And then you kind of have to wait for 20 years to kind of like for it to catch up. There might be an inherent lag time in those types of fixes, which kind of makes that answer a little bit more difficult. So I don't know if that was the answer you wanted.
Well, it's not about what I wanted. It's just, your answer's your answer. But Athena, did you have anything that you wanted to say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I worked in STEM. I will say that I understand, again, there are outliers, but trying to work with women in that particular industry was very difficult. I've seen women okay, so in cell culture, you flame the openings of things before you close it to prevent contamination. I've watched women flame flammable stuff, and they just panicked and didn't know what to do, and I was like, I just picked it up and put it in the sink and was like, okay, you know. So again, I get that there's outliers, but the push women into it, because I felt like I was heavily pushed into it. I personally loved it, but my father was a physics major, so I kind of grew up with um, a certain level of education when it comes to the sciences that maybe most people didn't. But again, outliers don't make the rule. I don't think that women were pushed away from it maybe a long time ago, but uh, like a decade and a half ago, 2 decades ago, I don't think that women were pushed out of it. I think they were very heavily encouraged and embraced, especially since the science community tends to be a lot more liberal. There was a big push for women to be embraced that in that industry. At least
Well,
that was always my experience.
you know, and to kind of maybe this is a point of agreement, you know, conversely, I don't necessarily think people should be pushed into certain fields because they're a woman or a man either, right? You know, I don't think they should be discouraged from that, but I also don't think they say you should say, well, you should be a nurse because that's a woman's job, right? I don't think that, or you know, I don't think that should be the case either. You know, I think you just teach us stuff. Don't put restrictions. Don't say you shouldn't do this. Don't discourage. Don't necessarily, you know, if a kid says I want to be an astronaut, encourage that. Yeah, don't say, well, you should be this because you're a man or a woman or whatever. You know, and I think, but like I said, there might be some lag time before we see that type of stuff. But you know,
Yeah. Well, when we look at the errors um, that women that happens under women's what's the word I'm looking for when they're performing. Some of them can be pretty dangerous. I would say even like, and I get the physical side of
Well,
things is
two.
different, but like in the military, the only thing that I think women actually do pretty well in is being like a pilot. But every other thing, even um, some of the less physically intense jobs, men just perform better. So I think it should go strictly on merit. We should not have any hires because of we want a certain amount of women in there.
Well, yeah, I would necessarily. Although, if we're just to kind of counter that, if we're talking about like private companies, I think private companies can do whatever they want. If a private company says we want to hire, like if we want to hire like 70% women on our board, if if they're not going to be, I think they should be free to do that. If it's works for them, it works for them. If it doesn't, then the market will sort that out. So
I agree with that.
All right. Now we're gonna get into the official 30-minute Q&A from the chat. Remember, chat, we're doing the super chats. They take priority. So if we, if we don't, if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to your questions. You want to bump yourself up, send in the super chat. But starting off here, we got Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue. Sends in $10 to say this dude woke up today and chose feminism. Ha 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 ha.
what can I say? I love my wife. So
Oh, let's go. $10 comes in from Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue once again. Says, for the cause, the channel, and the goal. Be easy, stay easy, speak easy. Let's go. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support big time. And then also coming in with another $10 pull for the chat. Who's more embarrassed of this guy, men or feminists? Wicked Wally's comes
hey,
in
what's
with
up?
a $5. Thank you, Wicked Wally. Says, what do you call a woman who says she's equal to men? A damn good comedian for a woman.
It's a good one, Wally. That's good.
That is a good one. I like it. Thank you, Wally. Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue again with another 10 coming in hard. Bass guitar. Did someone put you up to this? Did you lose a bet or come in last in fantasy football?
No, no, I didn't do fantasy football this year. But no, I just like I said, I think it's for me, it's feminism is just an extension of Enlightenment liberalism, and I don't think there's enough people defending Enlightenment liberalism. And I know that, like I said at the beginning, I know that's triggering all of Speakeazy's chat right now using that big L word. Uh, but I think I really think there's more people that need to stand up for Enlightenment liberalism, and conservatives can be Enlightenment era liberals. Like think about like Ben Shapiro, um, who's classical liberal. I think that all falls into the same umbrella.
Athena looks like she wants to say no.
I actually thought of something funny because of that joke. If I lost to him, you could argue that that's because he's a man, and if I won, you could argue because feminism is stupid. So,
Let's go. I like it. Uh, $10 from Stand Up and Paddle again. Thank you very much,
Nice.
Stand Up and Paddle, for all the support tonight. I appreciate big time. Whatever about female bosses, there got to be a couple good ones, probability and all, but nothing could be worse than a male feminist for a boss. Athena agrees.
mhm.
And then we got another $5 coming in. Said $5 super chat drive. Let's go. Thank you very much. Stand up with the big time support tonight. T Gillies Pie says giggles tonight for sure. I'm confused about the points and who's supports what. I love the sideline comments though, so I'm chipping in just cause it's always a gas. Big loves and blessings, y'all. Thank you very much.
That's a big one.
Big time for the support. I know. I think definitely when they see the topic and then they see there's a man and a woman on
I
the
don't know
stage,
who's
they have to
going
double
where.
take it. Yeah, they got to double take it. It's good. Make sure they have to pay attention.
Yeah.
Another $5 comes in from stand up, says bass guitar self report, losing the internet is my greatest fear, even scarier than spiders and men. He says you're scared to lose the internet. Thank you very much for that stand up. And then another $5 says bass guitar, it's always the husband's fault. Am I right?
No, I mean sometimes the woman's not cooking the meals. She's just cooking the mac and cheese, right?
That's true. $5 from Joseph Romano. Not nothing to say, just for some support. Thank you very much, Joseph. Organized Chaos TV comes in with 5. Says great show as always. Easy. Thank you very much, Organized. Thank you for the support as well. $5 from Stand Up Again comes in and says bass guitar. Do you have one price of piece? I think he meant to say
Yeah, peace.
piece of actual evidence that feminism is actually good for society. Besides, my mother told me, and she's amazing.
Well, first off, my mother is amazing. All right, so you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. Second off,
Get up.
Second, yeah, wasn't one of the 10 Commandments respect your parents, right? But both my parents are awesome, right?
Based.
No, and there's economic evidence. Like I said, I mean, we could just look at the world today. That all the countries that are more feministly inclined or whatever you could say, like Western countries, Europe, the Americas, Australia, all these countries are like just powerhouses economically. So I think that's evidence of it, right? You know, in the countries that where the women just stays at home and they're not, even of similar sizes, right? So.
Did you have anything there? You can respond during these, Athena, if you want.
Oh, okay. I would say that, it hasn't done better since women have entered the workforce. I think that when men started going, to work instead of, working on the farm, and women still stayed home with the kids, I think that the family unit was stronger. I think that the family unit is much weaker, and this is why people are sending their children off to school and people are sending their elderly parents off to nursing homes. I don't think that that's a benefit at all. I don't think sacrificing um, families and strong family units is worth the financial gain that you're saying, or within the industries. I think there's a way to have a balance to where both can be prioritized, where the woman stays home, the man, still works, and women can still earn money working from home and taking care of the family, making sure that their health is prioritized, that their children's education is prioritized, that the family stays together so that the children have a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more ways. It's the old saying: there's more than one way to skin a cat. So the like to share another personal anecdote. I mean, there's tons of ways that people can do this, but I don't think necessarily saying that women shouldn't be engaged in the workforce. Like I know a couple where the way that it works out is that the husband can work from home. And so what he says is he's like, okay, so I'm going to work from home on these days. You stay with so I'll take care of the kid on these days. You go into work on those days when you got to go into work, and then we'll just trade off like that. And they both do that, and it works for them. And they're both able to take care of the kids. And I think they get a nanny like once or twice a week or something like that for the days that they both have to go in. But I mean, they're both with the kid like 80% of the time, 80% of the week. I don't think that's going to be damaging or destructive. I don't think that's going to lead to the kid becoming, a violent crack addict criminal because they're doing that. So, And
No,
it grows. They both.
and that circumstance that I would say is probably like an outlier. Most people don't have jobs like that, and it also I would say depends on how old that child is, because a
Newborn.
lot of women pump
Hmm.
whenever they're away from their children, but nipples actually have receptors, and the saliva from the baby tells like it goes to the nipple and it tells the body what the body needs to pull, like which nutrients it needs to pull. So it's really important to get an actual latch for that child to get the full benefits of it. And even the CDC suggests that children are breastfed up until 2 years.
All right. And next one comes in again from Stand Up, sending in massive support tonight. Thank you very much. Bass guitar. I respect my opponent. Because she's a woman, she's definitely better than me, and she should be declared the winner of the debate. I win.
Yeah,
What?
it's a circular logic. I say if I say you win, then it proves that feminism is beneficial for society. Unless you admit that by you winning, we all lose.
I like it. I like it. Wicked Wally for another $5. Thank you very much, Wicked Wally. Says, y'all remember this debate the next time you hear anyone say a man can't be abused by a woman. Wally is saying that Athena abused you, bass guitar.
My bad.
Call the police. No, $10 from Stand Up again. Thank you very much, Stand Up. Says massive W for Athena and total embarrassment to male feminists everywhere. Would you say that you're a male feminist, base?
I mean, also, I was thinking about this. I actually, all the positions that I said I hold as things that I truly believe. But I haven't actually gone to. I've never been to like a feminist protest. I don't have like a pussy hat or whatever, right? So
Damn,
I don't know.
you're not
I don't know.
official yet. You
I
gotta
don't know
get.
where that puts me on the spectrum. So
You gotta get a pussy hat to be official.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, that's
I think it's funny that women are like, I'm more than just my body, and then they dress up in these giant vagina suits, and I'm like,
yeah.
okay, that's great.
Nutty world we
Yeah.
live in. $5 and again from Stand Up, you legend. Bass guitar, nothing but love, brother. Hate the sin and not the sinner. Bass, I like it.
Thank you.
I like it.
Thank you. My heart goes out
And
to you. I'm gonna go like this. My heart goes out to you. So nobody mistakes anything.
Shit.
Keep my hands clear.
Shit. Pull the Elon. Stand Up and Paddle becomes a new member. Shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a member, you legend. Uncle Tiger sneezes. Good to see you. Sends in $10 just to say, take my money. Thank you very much, you legend. Stand Up says 2 more for the goal.
Nice.
Thank you very much for another $5 super chat. And then we got $2 coming in from Sempiternal Chaos. Nothing to say, just showing support. Thank you very much. And also from Shantae, a $2 super chat just to show support. Thank you very much. Absolutely amazing, you guys are. $10 comes in from here, well, Australian dollars. So that, 10 cents comes. No, $10 comes in from Kieran and says, bass guitar. If it was proven that women in general just aren't interested in STEM fields, would something need to be done about that?
Well, I think I kind of addressed this, Kieran, in Speakeazy's question to me, where I said it could be the case, right? It might be the case that if you removed like all like the anything like, oh, you shouldn't do this because you're a woman or whatever, things like that, or you're a girl, it could be the case that it's like 20%. And I think, as long as we do our best to kind of remove those barriers, I think I say just let the chips lay where they lay. The markets will sort it out. People specialize wherever they're going to be most efficiently, in conjunction with what they like to do, which I think is another important factor too, right? I mean, although there's a lot of people that don't like their jobs, but they still do them, but maybe they're hopefully they're good at it, and hopefully you can get some enjoyment out of it. I know Speakeazy likes his job, all right?
Yes,
So,
sir. Yes,
so yeah,
sir.
I would say, would something need to be done about it? If women just aren't interested, no, I don't necessarily think so. As long as it's not like a blanket thing to say, like if you say like, well, only 10% of women are interested in it, so no women should be allowed in STEM. I would say, if that were the case, I would oppose that. But if only 10% of women are in STEM and they make up the STEM and then I'd say yeah, sure.
So nothing should be done to like try to incentivize women to go into the field, is what you're saying.
Uh, not beyond like removing any barriers or any kind of you know discouragement. No.
So you say there shouldn't be any discouragement, but how far does that go? Because I mean, kids are discouraged from doing bad things, doing because if people just did what made them happy, there's a lot of people who would like to just play video games all day. If everyone did that, where would society be? So, should there be a pressure for people to go into certain industries, or at least incentives for those industries and direction, especially if, I mean, guiding based off of ability, maybe not so much gender. I think maybe teachers, if
Yeah.
I mean, I hate the public education system, but if teachers were taught how to recognize certain strengths without a bias and to encourage that for certain industries that are beneficial for society, not just what feels good. Because, I mean, you get a lot of people who are going into gender studies, which is completely useless.
Well, I don't. What's the percentage of gender study degrees? It can't
It's
be.
increasing. I would have to
Well,
look, but I know that it's
but it
way
just
too high for the
so
amount of people.
I agreed with the first part of what you said. I sorry to just kind of jump on the gender studies thing. I do think I will say this is I do think that actually a lot of times these like gender studies or art history they get kind of a bad rap. But I actually think if we like civilization and culture, I think having these types of having competent professionals in these fields is actually a good beneficial thing for society, right? I think it's important to have people who understand art history, right? Yeah, it's probably not going to make the most money, right? And you need to temper expectations, right? You shouldn't be like, okay, oh, you want to go into be an art history major? Oh, great. Okay, well you're gonna be the wealthiest person ever. Like temper the expectations, but I think it's important, right? Because I mean, if we don't have,
Starving artist, yeah.
hmm?
Starving artist, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, and people certainly can make money as art historians, right? Um,
Mhm.
but same with like archaeologists, right? Archaeologists aren't making massive amounts of money, but I think it's a very important field, right? Is it as important as like, uh, physical engineering where you're like trying to squeeze every bit of data out of like a silicon microchip? Right now, probably it's not as important for overall society, right? But I think temper expectations, let people do what they want. You can encourage people. If we had a huge influx of like art historians and archaeologists that couldn't do anything else, I think the markets would sort themselves out pretty quick. If that were the case, so I say, like I said, just let the markets solve for that.
All right, all right. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Because I love my wife is a weak cop out. If you wanted what was best for women, you wouldn't promote a fabricated reality to feel good and be worse.
What I don't know what fabricated reality they're talking about. And just to give kind of some scope to just put this kind of funny. Right now, my wife is stay at home. I have 3 older brothers. All of their wives are stay at home. So, if anything, my family's living the trad life. All right. So I'm talking about this. Maybe it's that the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Who knows? So
Would you say that having your wife's support staying at home helps you thrive in your career. Like I was talking about the synergy, the law of synergy. It's two people working towards the same goal. I would say that, like, the world could be seen as like your obstacles and two people
Y-
working towards the same goal versus two people who are separate working towards different goals.
Well, I mean, even when she worked, I don't think we were still working towards the same goals. I don't think we didn't compete in that sense.
No, no,
We
no, no.
we
I'm saying
divvied up
y'all
we
are
divvied up
competing
duties at home a lot more. I
in
mean,
different industries versus now you're the main breadwinner and she gets to support you so that you can focus on your career and thrive in your career and do better. It's two people. She's supporting you in your career
yeah,
by staying home. And I'm sure she does a majority of the cooking and cleaning now that she's staying home and she
yeah.
takes
And when
care of
and when she didn't, we shared more of that duty, which is fine.
Mhm.
You know, I I I used to be the only one to do, and I still do a lot of the cooking and cleaning. Right? I enjoy cooking, so I do a lot. I don't do a majority of it, but I do quite a bit of it. Right? Especially like on the weekends. Right? I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go get some steaks. I'm gonna go make some steaks. You want so for you? And she's like, yeah, steak day, right? You know. So like yeah, I'll go like all out. I'll make like every once a month or so. I'll make like a huge. I'll go like do a super fancy dinner that I'm gonna make for her, right? I'll like keep on the cleaning and stuff. When she was working, it was kind of the same thing. We split more of the cooking. Um, the cleaning was split a little bit more because we were both working, right? And even though I was making more, I wasn't like, well, because I'm making more, you still have to do more of the housework. I was like, no, we're both working the same time. We both sharing that. She
Was
had
that
her.
before children?
Hmm? We
Was
actually
she
don't have
working?
any. We don't have any children. So
Oh, you don't have any children. Oh,
no.
okay, okay.
But like I would do the dishes. Like we were talking about that today. Where before we had a dishwasher, I would stand. There were days that I would stand in front of the doing like 3 hours of dishes because they just piled up, right? And like I was just like, all right, this is my job, so I'm just do all the dishes, put them in the dish racks, dry them. When they're all done, do another batch, right?
So you're doing dishes, and I get when you were both
This is when
working,
we were
but
both working. This is when we were both working.
okay, 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 okay. But
So
now she's
now we have a dishwasher. We were just talking about that today. It was just like, oh, thank God we have a dishwasher. I'm not going back to no dishwasher ever again.
yeah, you have a wife. You've always had a dishwasher.
That was well. That was washing the dishes was actually my job when we were both working. But no,
That's a good one. Kieran comes in for $5. Says, "Bass guitar, is capitalism compatible with feminism, and if so, how?"
yeah, sure. Capitalism is let the women compete. If they can compete, then and they can do a good job, then go for it. I don't. I've been in positions where I've worked in a couple different fields for several different companies. It's never been a calculation like, well, this person can't do the job because once a month they're going to be unhinged. Um, you know, Thinking back to one boss that I had, the owner of the company was a man, and he was absolutely insane. Like, he was nuts. Like he was the kind of guy that like I don't know how many of you guys have worked for like small businesses where the owner thinks they run everything. They run everything in the small bit. And so they'll be like, do this, and then they'll come back the next day and they're like, no, I want you to do it a completely different way. And you're like, well, I already got like halfway through the project how you told me how to do it. No, I want to do it the other way. Okay, well, I'll throw away everything I did and do it again, right? I There was a supervisor that got hired between me, and she was about my same age, but she was a woman. She had a MBA, and she was great to work for. She was competent. She was able to mitigate a lot of the insanity that the male owner was exhibiting. She was very competent, and so like that's why it's never been. I think she absolutely earned her role and her wage, and if she couldn't compete, fire her and find someone else. Maybe it's a woman, maybe it's not. Who knows? So, summary, yes, I do think it is compatible.
All right. Next one that comes in, I got the Cash App from Dane here. Says my super chat is glitching. I'll Cash App you the $5. Thank you for the $5. I did receive that. I loved my wife for 37 years. We're both anti-feminism. It's weak to say you're a feminist because you love your wife. That's unprincipled pandering.
Well, it's not just my wife. I love my mom too, right? We already covered that.
I love my mom. I love my sisters. I love my aunties.
Oh, my poor mom. No, we didn't have. I didn't have any sisters. My poor mom had 4 boys.
Oh,
Even
damn.
the dogs. Even
All
the
right.
dogs were boys. Deal with that.
Oh, that's a blessing. Boys are like, I am such a boy mom. Like
Well, you know what they say, like it's the boys are harder at first and then easier later in life, where girls are easier at first and way harder later in life.
especially because of feminism.
And let me see here. Last super chat we got Kieran Markin for $10 says there's no such thing as gender. There is biological sex and there is individual expression. Just looking for the thoughts of the debaters on that statement.
I think that's it's an interesting statement. I'm not gonna lie, like, so yeah, there's the standard thing is what there's biological sex, gender identity, and then gender expression. I've never really understood the difference between the latter two. For me, it's always been kind of like I've heard people explain it before, and like it's not so weird that I can't wrap my mind around it. But for me, I've always just kind of combined those two, so that would be under like individual expression. So
Yeah, it probably doesn't make sense because it's bullshit. So, um, there's men and women. They can't change their gender. You could say that there's gender roles and gender norms, and I guess you could say that that's the expression, but it's the expression of the female or the male. I would say it's more so interchangeable. Um, but yeah, people can't choose to express something. Like, even if you look at the lady boys in other countries, they're like, oh no, I'm a man. And they're very happy to say that they're men. They understand that they're men. Like, so that whole bit is ludicrous.
I mean, it's
Didn't it like the whole like isn't like the cross dresser thing? Isn't that the whole idea is they just like to do it every now and then to look like a girl, but they say they're men as well, you know?
that might be more like drag, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, drag. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Cross dresser. I don't know why I said
Which
that.
some drag queens are like, I'm a girl, and I'm like, you are 6'4", built like a linebacker. But okay, believe what you want, but it's still not true.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I can kind of intellectualize it a little bit, but like I can't wrap my head around it because like for me, I only know what it's like to be me. I don't know what it's like to be a man. That sounded not like as like
Wait, what?
like I know what it's like to be me, and I am a man, but I can't like separate those two things in my mind. So it might be different for somebody who doesn't identify as the sex that they're assigned at birth. So
Okay.
yeah, clip it, guys.
Clip it, ship it.
Guys.
And then, looks like Dane's super chat finally worked. Comes in for $2. Says Athena is based.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for that, Dane. And look, we got a couple minutes here. Let me look over at the chat Q&A quick to see if we had any questions come in there. Oh, it looks like we had quite a few come in here. From Mrs. Foxworth. Did feminism conflate equality of dignity with interchangeability of roles? And if men and women are not interchangeable, what social costs have followed from pretending they are?
I don't know if I ever said that they're like completely interchangeable in all circumstances. So in fact, I think I pointed out some cases, and we agreed on some cases where they're probably clearly not interchangeable. I said in certain, and as far as like roles, like, I mean, does a man clean? Does a man wash dishes better than a woman, or does a woman wash dishes better than a man? I, you think a woman, like, there's a thing biologically inherent in women that makes them wash dishes better than men. All right,
I
well,
can tell you, I have sat there and thought about the best way to put every dish in the dishwasher because I wash them by hand and then I put them in to sanitize them. And I have thought about how the water squirts out from the bottom and the best way, most efficient way for it to be washed. And
well,
I
yeah.
cannot stand when other people load my
And
dishwasher.
then when
I'm
you,
like,
and then when you put them on the drying rack, you got to stack them in the perfect way. Otherwise, they won't dry efficiently. You got to make sure that there's sufficient airflow. See, there's no difference. I think about the exact same stuff, so it's not.
so if you were to clean a room, where would you start? Let's say the room that you're in, where would you start first?
I don't know. Probably my desk because I'm here.
Do you have a ceiling fan?
I have a ceiling fan. Yeah.
You would always start with the ceiling fan. You start from top to bottom because when you dust,
Oh yeah,
the
then it
dust
falls down.
falls
Well,
down.
I mean, I only do the ceiling fan like twice a year.
Okay.
I do it before.
Kieran's bumping himself up. Says for $5, bass guitar. You are too honest and good faith to be a feminist. Come on, man.
Oh.
Come on, man. And then last one we'll get in here quick. Mrs. Foxworth had another one to my own side. So I guess this is to Athena. Given that most households now require two incomes, how do we realistically rebuild a family wage, single income family economy?
So this is something that I actually talked about earlier is women working from home. Like the Proverbs 31 woman was still an entrepreneur. I'm a single mom myself. I clean houses and I bring my son with me and I still homeschool him. I also have a homestead farm that I run to save money on meat and growing some vegetables and providing like healthy food for my son. That's extremely important to me. I actually make a lot of sacrifices so that I don't send my son to public school. I make my own laundry detergent, and that's like literally pennies on the dollar. I make my own soaps. I make a lot of things from scratch. I cook from scratch. Bake my own bread. When you do all of those things, you save a lot of money. If I were to go into biotechnology industry, I would have to put my son in public school. I literally clean houses for a living so that I could continue to teach my son and homeschool him. There are sacrifices that have to be made. I don't get to go out and spend money. Like we're a very consumeristic society. I am very much a minimalist now. Um, and I think that if people stopped spending so much, they would realize how much they could save by having someone stay home and maybe earning money by doing jobs. I know a lot of women, they will, if they have like a property and some, eggs, they either save money on eggs or they sell eggs or they'll cook sourdough or they have a garden or whatever it is that they do, like rabbits. Rabbit meat actually sells pretty well. There are so many things that you can do to earn money staying at home. I just think that the education system trains people to think you go to school, you go to work, you work for someone else. I think that we need to start thinking outside of the box. People used to be a lot more creative, and I mean, schools have absolutely killed creativity. So I think that if we start making some sacrifices and prioritizing family, that we could be in one. We could have a one person in like income homes and also moving away from areas that are extremely expensive. So I live like an hour and 10 minutes away from the big city. I'm still, close enough to smaller cities along the outskirts of the main city, but yeah, it's just making sacrifices, prioritizing family. Sorry, that was long-winded.
Wow, that's
I am a
that's
woman, you know.
it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Great answer. Great answer. With that right there is gonna be the ending wrap up for our Q&A tonight. Again, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. Especially, I can't stress enough how much the support is what allows me to keep bringing you guys these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to the debaters for stepping into the arena tonight as well. It's, again, because of you guys, this is able to happen week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you as well. And let me check real quick before we move on. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
Um, I gotta get my son down. It depends on how I feel after that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so if she's gonna, yeah, if she's gonna step out for a bit, I'll probably stick around for like a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. It's
not
it's
too
no,
much.
you don't have to like stay the whole time or nothing like that.
It's the same link before, so like if I can just jump on, right?
Yeah, yeah. If you want to just come back and jump on, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready, think, question, debate. If you're going to try to come up to like troll or bring personal dramas with the debaters or anyone, and you're just going to get muted, most likely booted. So, real quick, while you're ahead with this idea, just quit it. All right. And before we run the outro,
Unless you're really
one
good.
last reminder.
Unless you're really good at it.
Yeah, unless you're really good. Yeah. One last reminder too: make sure you subscribe to both the debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the Speakeazy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles we have Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas We clash our swords of reason in the storm of thought's collision. Force and fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies.
All right, so I'm probably gonna stick around for another like 15 minutes, maybe a half hour, and then the open panel. JK, you should hop up on the open panel. You were saying that you were thinking about doing that. So.
Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in, everybody.
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see
how
you.
y'all doing?
Good.
I'm gonna be
How are you
short.
doing, Ezra?
Good. I'm good. I'm just gonna be short because I really got a lot of things to do here. And I apologize, Easy. Dude, YouTube was not showing you live, so I
Yeah,
fucking,
no worries.
I feel so stupid for that. I was like, I'm gonna get that fucker today, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh fuck, he's live. So bass guitar. Just give me a quick
sure.
second here of your time. Can you describe? Can you like just semantically define feminism for me? In your belief. Just I want to hear it one more time.
Yeah, so feminism is a movement advocating for gender equality in civil, political, economic, and social spheres.
So can we just sum that up to like if I could steal man that, is that just the movement towards egalitarianism?
Not necessarily. Egalitarianism to me is more kind of like everybody is equal at the end of the day.
Sure.
No, I think in certain aspects, like egalitarian under the law, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, sure. Okay. So, why?
Why?
Yeah.
'Cause I
So you
think-
sit here like women. You sit here and said what women. You sit here and said women. Women like at 5'2" and men at 5'2" can't be linebackers. I'm sitting here say tell that to Rudy, right?
No.
Rudy was what 5'2" linebacker, right? Tell that to Rudy.
Well, I said defensive
right?
line,
Well,
but
Well, hold on. That was a defensive line. Originally, that's what he was doing, right? Or the
Yeah.
real Rudy,
okay,
right? So
That-
tell that to Rudy.
that isn't egalitarian under the law, though.
I'm
don't
saying
care.
no for men. I don't care about egalitarian. I said you said 5'2" men can't perform like 6'2" men. Hold on. What about Rudy?
What about Rudy?
What about Rudy?
I don't know. From everything I heard, he was kind of an asshole. Anyway,
Okay, now
so
next.
the
I don't,
movie
it
was
doesn't matter what
BS.
you heard. Now next question. So are you familiar with the military?
Yeah.
Okay, are you familiar with the Navy SEALs?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know any, but I know what.
Yeah, would you consider them kind of like the most badass kind of people out there for men? The SEALs. Would you say that's like a apex of men?
The epitome of,
I mean-
of military.
of men?
Sure,
I don't
for
know about- I don't know if
military
I-
men. How
for
about, how about
military-
the
for
apex for
military,
the
yeah.
military?
For
Okay,
military, it's probably
so
up there. I mean, there's what.
Then
there's
how come the
ranges
most
and-
how come the most prestigious Navy SEALs are called the Little Flippers? Oh wait, those are the guys that are 5'2" and 5'6". How come they're the best ones?
There could be lots of reasons for the skill set.
But you said they can't. You said they can't compete
I said generally
like the
they
rest of
can't.
the men. No, they do generally compete with the
And I
rest
also
of men.
said I didn't just say
Listen here,
5'2". I said
just
5'2",
listen,
105
listen.
pounds.
Avarice.
Listen- Listen here, Gimli. Just because you don't think that 5'2" men can compete because your 5'2" self couldn't compete with the other 5'2" men doesn't mean that the 5'2" men aren't the
Like
ones
6
that
feet.
aren't competing. Hold on, it doesn't mean matter. You're the one that's saying that short men can't compete. Just so we're clear, the force in difference between women and men is not even just minimal. It's maximum force. There's a maximum difference. Here's the big difference. If you take the strongest man and put it with the strongest woman, that woman would get laid out in one blow. How the fuck can you say that this is not egalitarian? They're equal to us at all. We do the logging. We're up there doing the electric. We lay the foundation of which this country is made. How is this beneficial for women to have any rights equal to us? Yet alone, how do even the bare minimum men even deserve what the top men earn? So no egalitarianism or equal rights, gone.
Yeah,
There should not be equal. We're not equal. No men. No
Well,
men aren't built equal.
Let him
Base.
answer. Let's
Bro.
let him answer now. Let's let him answer.
All right. First off, when you asked me if it's egalitarianism, I actually said no. I don't think that means egalitarianism. And the reason why I said no is because of what you exactly said. So I think we agree on that. I said
Okay, so then how can they be equal to us? How can they be equal to us?
under
In any way?
the law.
What law? The American
law
law?
of the land. Yes.
The Sharia law? The Sharenka law? What law? Because laws are different everywhere we go. The state laws are even different, Base.
Yes, I'm aware their states. Cities have different laws.
So why?
I don't think
why
jaywalking should have one penalty for men and one penalty for women. I don't think
listen,
that makes sense.
I think they should. I think they
there should
should.
be one penalty for jaywalking.
I think
Good
I
for- good
deserve
for
the.
you.
I think I deserve the right to jaywalk since I helped build the infrastructure. Since I helped fight for the country, since I lost the lung for this country, I think I deserve the right to jaywalk, opposed to the women.
Okay.
I see we got someone
You see the
new in the
difference
back.
in, like,
Just put me
levels
up,
of
One
egalitarian-
sec, Everest. One sec, Everest. Just put me up a peace sign there in the back so I know that's not like a looping video going on there. Cross current. Just throw me up a peace sign so I know that's not a looped video that's playing.
Avarice, if I could,
Yeah, he's not doing anything.
no, of course. Avarice, if I could steel man your argument, it sounds like you're talking about male authority. Like it sounds like you're saying that if men are going to be,
Cross current. Throw me up a
If men-
peace sign. If you hear me, throw me up a peace sign. You know, with your fingers, throw me up one of these, so I can see that it's not a looped video playing. Put your fingers up like this, bruh. Oh, okay.
I ain't got no fingers, Lieutenant Dan.
hey, cross current, I just want to ask Avarice a question. I think Avarice, tell me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're conflating two things. I think Bass Guitar was talking about being equal under the law in the terms of
even under the law.
hang
Listen,
on, bro. Let me finish the
but
fucking
even
sentence,
under the
bro.
law, they shouldn't,
You've been
right?
speaking for 3 minutes. Let me just fucking finish
Alright.
the sentence.
Hey, old mate.
okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, mate,
Baldwin.
Avarice has the right to tell you to talk over you. All right, he's got that right.
I know. I fucking know, Avarice. Don't worry about that.
You're
I
damn
think,
right I do.
Well, I'm not a woman, so he can't tell me to shut up, okay? So,
But I can
anyway.
tell you to shut up because you're bald.
And I can
There's a
tell
big
you to shut the
difference.
fuck up because you're fucking stupid. Now, hang on a second.
Well,
okay?
you know, the perspective.
Listen, I think Bass Guitar, to Steelman his point, he was talking about being equal in terms of equal value, right? In terms of we value each other equally.
But they don't have equal value. That's what I'm trying
That's
to
a
say. They have
different
no
one.
equal value.
I'm
You'd
trying
have
to get
define
there.
what value
You're saying
you're
something
equal
Hold
to.
up,
different.
guys. One at a time. Let
Okay.
Kieran get it off.
Yeah, thanks, man. So I kind of get it. Bass Guitar is talking about we value each other equally. Like,
Yeah,
I,
you get it because you're
Hang
gay. Yeah, we know.
oh my God, this guy. Okay, we all value our mother as much as our father, right?
No.
No, okay. Well, it's all yours, brother. It's all yours.
I mean, you
fucking-
literally said that. You literally say that. But how many times do I have to come up here and tell you I hate both of them? I mean, I don't value mine at all. So you're like sitting here going, I value what? What do I value? Name a time on the panel I valued them. Wait, I'll wait.
Well, you're the cunt coming up here saying semantically
wait.
define, and now
Oh,
you're saying
wait.
I
Hold
hate my
on.
parents. Get the fuck.
You said that
The fact you hate your
I've cared about
the
them and
fact
that
you
goes about
hate your-
equal value.
The fact you hate your parents isn't a
All right,
fucking
well,
argument, bro.
We're getting a little just anecdotal.
It's
now.
because they sent him to public
Do you
school.
want to just like what your general
I didn't go to public
point
school.
was, Kieran?
If Everest will shut up for 10 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
just
wrestled-
what you
I wrestled
asked
for
him
public
about,
school.
You asked him about an
But I wrestled for-
anecdote,
I wrestled
and
for
that's
Christian
just
school,
getting
too.
away from your argument. You know what I mean? You asked
Yeah,
him
yeah.
for an anecdote. Just go to your main point of what you were saying. Yeah.
Okay. The point I was making
An
was that,
anecdote with avarice. You know.
yeah, Everest was kind of,
He's a
Ev-
wild
Everest, Everest was leaning it into a value thing, but he was bringing in the concept of male authority. He should be allowed to jaywalk. Yeah, men should be allowed to jaywalk and women shouldn't, which is
Yeah,
kind of an authority.
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm trying to steel man it, but it kind of missed the mark a little of what bass
Okay,
guitar was saying.
again, I'm not here to fucking debate. I'm here to spurg on this guy for being
Yeah,
a
no
feminist.
shit. Yeah, no shit. You're everywhere to spurg. That's
Yeah,
your
We,
job.
well,
we all
listen,
know what you're
again,
here
Position in
for.
life.
It's-
Again, this isn't a movement towards fucking me to debate, all right? I'm here to fucking get the dono bar up because you guys are not getting enough donos in. See, Sal, I see you out there. Fucking put your donos in. All right, this
Didn't
is
see
good
one-
quality entertainment, and I'm here to shit on this guy for being a feminist.
Pretty sure I
He's
haven't
just-
Thank
seen.
you.
Haven't
I got
seen.
Thank you
base.
for
The
that.
only reason I got base grandma in between me, so she's lucky.
Let's see though. Let's see if anyone does have anything they wanted to challenge. Bass
You
guitar.
raise your hand one more time, base grandma. Just speak up. Just yell.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Premonition.
Bass guitar. I've got a couple of things to say to you, please. First, you really needed to listen to that woman, and she was absolutely dead on the mark. Every word that came out of her mouth is what I am thinking. So I have two things to say to you. When you defended women going into the workforce and saying, "Oh, it's a great thing that women are the competition and women having both of them in the workforce," women and feminism destroyed the workforce and made it so that now two people have to work to support a household. If the women had just mellowed out and been happy where they were, a single man could still support a household.
That's
It was
actually
the women drove the wages back in half.
that's actually
because
not
they
true.
wanted
That's
the
actually not true.
workforce.
And even
Oh, it is true. I
no, and
watched
even
it
Athena mentioned it.
I watched it.
No, before
watched it. I
before.
lived it.
Okay, what did she say about subsistence farmers? She said back in like the 1800s, she says the man was doing the working, the woman was doing the farm work, the kids were all doing the farm work. They
Absolutely.
were all doing the farm work.
And the one on the homestead, in the house.
yeah.
Everybody's working towards the
But it
same
was-
thing.
But it
But,
was subsistence farming, like
Yeah, but it
Yeah, you
wasn't.
see, you're not
come
going back
forward.
far enough, bass guitar. Premonition was dinosaur era. You need to go back further.
I am dinosaur era.
Further.
And
I think Base's point is that they weren't making any money back then. They were just surviving. Every day was just survival. If they had a bad crop year, they starve. Whereas now we can outsource some of it and have all of our crops spread out throughout the country and be able to get them places where if there's a famine somewhere, it's not killing the everybody in that area. They're able to bring stuff in because there's other people doing the same thing.
well,
And I'm not done yet. I have another thing. I have two more things to say to you. Did you ever? You may not. I know you probably have a lovely wife and you guys do great together, but women used to be very proud of being homemakers. All right. So think of your job. You're at your job and your wife walks in the door and she sits down next to you and she wants to share the keyboard. You're working your computer. She wants to have her hands on the same keyboard with you because she wants to do your job with you to improve upon it. You're
I'm sorry.
wanting to
I'm sorry.
build
I'm sorry.
a house.
Hey,
Wait a minute.
can I time
The
out for a
house
second?
that you live-
Have any of you guys seen that? What is the NCIS clip where they have the two hackers, and they're both on the same keyboard? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No,
Speakeasy,
no.
you've seen that before?
No, we don't. No, we don't. No.
Oh my god!
I've
just
seen
like-
it, yeah.
Could you find that clip and bring it up? Because that's what she's talking about when she's talking about that. Sorry, Grandma. You can.
That's okay. What I'm saying is when you say, "Oh, I clean the house and I do this and I do that around the house," and okay, goody gumdrops, but why don't you let your wife, if she is a homemaker, why don't you let her have you may not even realize this, and she may not realize this because they're so far removed now, but it's a thing of pride to be a good homemaker. And when the husband comes home and says, "Here, I'm going to help you out with this," or if he's not asked, "Oh, here, you're taking away her right to show what an excellent home she can make, which is the most important job on the planet. I understand you guys don't have kids, but that was a really important thing for women to do. They were very proud of their homes and how they kept them. And to have the man come in and say, "Oh yeah, well I do, I help out, I do it." Hey, back off. Let your wife do it. You're butting in on her job. She's not butting in on yours. Why? And last thing I'm going to say is when the women, the only way to reverse this is to force, and I mean force, I'm not kidding, force women back into the homes. They need to be forced back home.
Yeah, well, premonition is saying is we need more women in the kitchen making sourdough and less plastic in our bread. That's what it is.
So,
when I'm working, this is how my wife helps me working right here.
I want to ask one question, Prem. When a man comes home from a 12-hour shift and he's covered in dirt and sweat and his feet are aching, his shoulders are aching, he comes home, he gets undressed to jump in the shower. Where's the correct place for him to put his dirty clothes?
Kieran, you need to stop thinking about me naked.
On the floor or in the washing machine? Where's the right place for him to drop his clothes?
On the floor.
But fucking based. I love you.
Based as fuck. As fuck.
It's the wife's
As
duty.
always.
And you know what? She was very proud to do it. She was very proud to do that. My son lives this life. My son raised 4 children and one daughter makes his lunch. And on the few occasions that she's going to be a housewife. And on the few occasions that he has left the home without the lunch that this girl makes, he has to turn around and go back and get it because she loses her mind if her dad doesn't take that special meal that she made for him. It is really, really important to women to be excellent at their homes. They're nesters. Women nest. That's what they do when they get pregnant. Avarice remembers this. All you guys remember this. When your wives got pregnant, they nested. That's something, they're very proud of that.
Is that key word for saying she slept all the time?
She got
Probably.
Damn.
She picked the color of the paint.
Damn.
She picked out the furniture. She said where she wanted everything to be for her baby. When you guys, any man that, I'm helping out around the house. No, you're not. You're interfering in her job. She doesn't come and interfere in yours. And women have lost their minds. That's why they went insane. That's why they're raging through the streets, is because they were driven out of their homes and they went insane. And they need to be put back home.
Prem, there is one risk.
It makes it sound like women are out on the streets just lighting shit on fire.
You might be right, Grandma.
Premonition, there's one
They've lost it. They've come to the purge.
The purge. Oh my.
Yeah, but Prem, there's
They're running out like Gizmo with paper clip bow and arrows.
Avarice.
Get that bitch in her eyebrow.
Don't put water on me.
Premonition, there is one risk of that, which is the woman can tend to feminize the home. So like the cushions on the couch
It's
are all
got makeup
floral.
remover. I'll get
The
you.
bedroom suite is all floral. So the man can come home and feel like he's visiting her house because
That's why you
she's
gotta
made
have
it
your
too
man cave.
feminized. No, the house should be his man cave.
No, you're wrong, because the women knew and respected their husbands back when it was real, when it was normal, and the women designed and painted that chose the colors either with the husband's input or they chose them to accommodate both.
Yeah, that's why all the people in like the 1700s wore all the floofy dresses and shit with the collars.
Women run the rest of the house.
No, bro. If
You
you're
did it
paying
again,
if you're
Easy.
paying,
You fucked
if you're-
it up.
If you're paying for the whole damn house, why do you have to have a man cave? That's ridiculous.
Dude.
Look at that handsome devil.
That pierced.
That's
skin
too
of a
easy.
man.
That's the second time that's happened this week.
I
Speak,
don't
you
know
muted.
what's going on.
It's
Speak, you
fine
muted.
for men.
Am I muted?
No,
No,
Yeah,
I'm fucking with
yeah,
you.
you're muted. You guys should have played
No,
along, you
No, hey,
fuckers.
for once.
Professional
yeah,
streamer.
right. Yeah, I should have just. Yeah.
Man caves are fine.
Ignored
And
him. Made
what
him
the
feel
caves
he was
used to
muted.
be, man caves used to be the garages where they'd all have 6 men around the car engines with their heads under
Well,
the engine.
So
But man caves are fine if the man needs space to have his bar
Well, see,
and
well,
unwind.
so Grandma,
Grim, I got a good question for you on that premise.
It's my lounge, dude.
oh,
So when in marriage, isn't it a good thing for each partner to have self-interest in a moment of time to spend separate from each other doing something they're interested themselves first, always constantly being together? Like, let's say, like, for instance, I'm very mechanically inclined, so I liked working on vehicles,
Yes,
but my
absolutely.
ex wasn't. But she was really into sewing, so like
Let
she's
me
doing
ask
her
something
thing and I'm
here.
doing that.
That's a
Isn't
Let
that a
me-
very important?
Let me ask a
No,
question here, guys.
I-
Let me drop something 1 second, because I see us going through a lot of like what men and women used to do, right? So like a question I want to ask for like the whole panel to give their take on it is like, if traditional gender roles were optimal, why do they collapse in these high cost modern economies?
well, so this is something that
That would be a leftist
Grandma
agenda.
was kind of that I wanted to mention about Grandma, where things today are they cost two incomes. A huge factor of this is housing. And one of the things that we don't consider is that housing is actually, our housing units have gotten like a lot larger, right? Like if you went back, we tend to have these visions of like, oh, like the old houses on old homesteads, they had like, a basement and 2 stories and they had like 7 bedrooms and that was all, the man provided all that. And that's not true. The old homesteads had like a bedroom and then like a room with the kitchen and everything.
That's a little fallacious, right? Because old homesteads would start that way, right? But then they continue to build on this. So like our house was built in 1911, right? We're one of the first houses in Washington State, right?
Mm-hmm.
It started as just a 1-story. It was then actually lifted. We lifted it up and built underneath it, right? And then
Mhm.
and then was then lifted again and was built underneath
Well,
it.
when were those
So-
adjustments made?
All through the 20s, 30s, and 40s. So long before I was around. Now it's a 15-bedroom, 4-story Victorian, right?
All right.
Tilliam Award. It's our estate. It's my family estate, right? It's
Now, when
but
they moved there, did they just settle there and get the land? Or
no,
did
it
they
was a gift. So we're Alaskans. It was a gift because we do trades with Alaska for Anacortes oil, and they have
Yeah.
the refiner in Anacortes. So we took a native land down in Seattle, where my family has land. And
that's just the property value that you're getting.
well,
for
what I'm
basically
saying,
nothing there
is
to start.
this is what houses used to do, right? What we're talking about is, you said houses used. I will grant that houses used to have small rooms. I'm not going with that, right?
Well-
Rooms have gotten bigger. People add more stuff,
Walk-in
right?
closets.
But in perspective is, houses haven't really gotten bigger as much as the expansion of how we expanded families. I would actually say houses are going back to being smaller now, because families are moving out. Back in like 1910, 1920, 1930, families were staying on the same property. If not just building on the same house, they were building adjacent to the next house, right? So I think there's a big difference in that, on how we talk about the housing and how it is today and how it is different, right? You can't just say that
That's
the
a
houses
case
are,
too, but I can specifically, like, just looking at my own like grandparents, like they would live, like they would have like 5 kids in a 2-bedroom house.
Wait, this is
Yeah,
your
they would
grand-
share a
talking-
bed.
Hold on, you're only 2 generations back, right? We're talking about when we're going all the way back to like when we're establishing, when we're building houses. Houses weren't always small. We've always dreamed at these big Victorias. And if you look at it, coming back from the Vietnam, what we call the GI Bill boom, right? What was the ideal house, right? It was actually a house with a big yard, big house with enough a room for each kid. So I don't think that it was actually
No, the baby boomers didn't have a room for
no,
each kid.
no,
My
no,
dad's a
that
baby
was
boomer. He's
that's
one of
called
10
the GI
kids, and they had
bass
3
guitar.
bedrooms in the whole house.
Tell him I'm not lying about this. The GI Bill house boom. That was the vision, was it not?
Oh yeah, it was the vision, but it's
Yeah,
not
so I'm
what
trying to say
happened.
that, but that's what I'm saying. That was the ideal of the house, was to have a house for each house. It's not saying they got bigger or what they were. No, we all aim for that ideal house of a kid. Because here's the thing: not every kid's in their own room today. We got kids sharing rooms, so again, that's the same. But the vision is a kid in their own room. The vision hasn't changed. The houses are still the same.
No,
But,
I
like,
think
well,
inside,
what
over
I'm saying-
time, they have
There's just
changed.
more houses.
Like,
I
my
think
point
they-
is, go Cross.
All right. Well, I was gonna
Sure.
say, what I was gonna say is I've got, like, from my own personal experience, I moved to Orlando from Kalamazoo, Michigan. So I was small. We were smaller houses. Like I said, my dad wanted 10 kids, 3-bedroom house. We moved to Florida. I saw the expansion. These houses have walk-in closets now, open floor plans. They're
See,
way
in mine's
bigger.
not
they're
like
giving up yards.
but
They are giving up yards.
They're giving up yardage. Yeah,
The growth, the majority of the growth where population is going and building new houses are these bigger houses that.
no,
do
but you're
take
saying they're
more
giving
space.
up yardage, which is exactly what they're doing. They're giving up yardage, right?
Yeah.
Which is actually more valuable. The backyard now is actually a more. I think whoever has
Well, yeah, as
a bigger
families shrink,
backyard
I
is
agree
more
with you.
beautiful than people that have bigger houses.
Yeah, as
right, in
families
perspective.
shrink,
And it's not even just as shrinks, right? These houses that we're getting at right now, like I moved from Seattle, where actually there was a lot of big rooms, a lot of walk-in closets, right? And now in this house that I have right now, I own a 4-bedroom, 2-story house where like all the bedrooms are on top, the garage and the kitchen are downstairs with the living room, right?
Yeah.
The master bedroom has a walk-in closet, like you say, really big master bedroom, but my office and the 2 other rooms are like for ants.
Are you
It's
in
like
the
a school
suburbs
for
now, though?
ants.
Are you in the suburbs?
What?
Are you in
yeah.
the suburbs?
Yeah, I'm in the
So you went
suburbs.
from a homestead to the suburbs. That makes.
Well, no,
that's
I'm
gonna
in the
make
sub.
sense,
I was
though.
in downtown Seattle in that house. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I
that's
thought you were talking about the original homestead.
no,
That's
my
the case,
the,
yeah.
my original
No.
homestead is in downtown Seattle in Lake Forest Park.
Well, yeah, but then you had the advantage of having that land as the city grew around it. No.
Well, again, that's what a lot of people in Lake Forest Park did in Seattle. If you go look at Seattle, that's what a lot of people did there, and a lot of people in LA did the same. A lot of people here.
And that's
in
why their houses are now worth
again,
$40-50 million.
Again, I'm just saying that those are big houses, though. Those are
Yeah,
houses that have been
but those are
extended
the
throughout
rare-
time,
those-
and that. But those are
rare.
again,
They
they're not
started
rare. Those
small
are
and
they
then got
started
bigger.
small. That's what I'm
That
trying
was
to get at. Houses
that
got
was,
bigger.
That was his whole point.
Houses
Yeah,
always
no,
get
yeah,
bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So over time, you're going to invest in them.
So
yeah, absolutely.
everyone always starts with a small house. So I'm trying to say, everybody always starts small. You always increase to your house.
But nowadays, like when kids are thinking like, oh, I want to buy my own house. They're not thinking like, I want to buy a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot house.
Yes, they are.
Right.
They're actually a lot of them are actually thinking micro houses now. And trailer houses or double wides. A lot of them are actually just thinking property now. Actually, more kids are actually more base today, base control. I'd say that more of the younger generation, like the 13, 14, are going up into 18 now. Those kids are now actually their idealisms are being set into I want land instead of house.
Yeah, but those ones aren't like prohibitively expensive that are going to require. If you get like a double wide house conversion, right? That's not going to cost. You can do that on a single.
But it does. Again, that's what we're talking about. You start small, and then people start building.
Yeah.
You start with a single wide, and then people end up putting a house on that. Then the single wide goes away. Then the house goes, and they expand. That's how life has always been.
Yeah,
Just
but,
because we have new terms for it doesn't mean it hasn't transitioned since
trying to get like
the
a 2,000.
1800s.
Trying to get like a 2,000 square foot 4-bedroom house with like a master suite, dual vanity sink in the master bedroom with a walk-in closet. Trying to get that on a single income for like a younger family is going to be really tough. But that
it's not that tough actually. So here's what you do. Like here's the thing. The reason why it's tough is because
Well, I
people
mean,
don't
buying
know how
as
to
is.
Well, no. The problem is because we don't educate children properly in the public school system on how to educate credit. Right? But it's actually not that tough. You don't need to have a lot of money to buy $1 million house. You just need to have a good credit score. Let's be real.
Well, having some income is probably going to affect it.
For sure. But what I'm trying to say is if I work hold on. So
you could have an 850, but if you're working at McDonald's,
so
you're not gonna
I know a girl. I know this is really bad for the fucking argument since it's feminism, but I know a female by the name of Andrea. Right, and she was the clerk. She was the clerk at Costco, right? And that's all she's ever done was work the Costco line, and then she worked the back desk and worked the ID bit thing, manager position. But she's always at the same Costco, 20 years, right? But she built her credit. She works the same job, barely got any money. She works almost just like $5 over minimum wage still today. And yet now she's in a $1.2 million house. Anybody can do it.
But you have more anecdotes than fucking bass guitar. Shut up.
Well, yeah, and like,
Greg.
what subset? What state?
I
is
knew a
what
girl.
subset-
Yeah,
I
yeah.
once knew a girl. Her name
Washington,
was
in
Andrea.
Seattle. In
So there's
Her
no
Seattle.
name was
down
Andrea.
payment
Her name was Andrea. What the fuck, bro?
Hang on.
I would give a last name, but I'd be honest.
No,
I'm
no.
just saying that you could literally. She bought a $1.2 million house on the lake of Edmonds, which is like the nicest place to fucking live, and all she does is bag groceries at Costco for 20 years. Anybody can buy a house. You just have to save for it, or you have to plan right, or you have to budget and get your credit right. We don't educate children on how to do that. That has no the size
I'm
of
not gonna
houses
argue
has
with
no
you there.
idea they're
Yeah,
doing that.
Of the public school system.
Again, you're talking about the size of houses has no quorum to feminism. It has quorum to us at not
No,
educating
but the cost of the house.
The cost of
children.
housing
The
does.
size of the house.
Again, because we're not educating men on how to properly budget their credit score today in school. That's not my fault.
That's true,
I mean-
gentlemen. I want to drag it. I want to drag it back.
Prem,
You're right,
if I
Everest.
could, sorry,
About-
Prem, just one
about
comment
credit.
before you do.
Okay.
Sorry, lady, just one comment. Avarice is banging on about credit. Credit score is your goal in life to have credit. I don't understand that, bro.
I'm
Just
not
want to say
saying
that,
it's
Prem.
your goal in life. I'm saying that it should be an objective to make sure you maintain a good credit score.
It's
Like
a tool.
you
Credit should be
ought to
used
have a
as
good credit
tool.
score.
To be a good
Why?
provider. To be a
Why?
good provider. To be a good provider. But
To
I,
provide.
No,
Credit is good
Avarice.
providing.
Avarice. The main point though is that like people are not saying that like, oh, it's literally impossible to get a house. It's that like the mortgage has gone from like what would have been like our parents or grandparents generations of like 5 to 10 years to now 30, 40 years, which at
That's
that point you're basically
because-
selling yourself up to
I
slavery.
know this. I don't know. I was my parents cut me off. I had nothing. I worked my ass off. I bought $1 million house on my own. I don't see how no one else could fucking do it. Or anyone else here can't do it. Any man can muster up and just all they have to do is learn base things. Learn how to budget. Learn how to actually write down everything
I
you
don't
fucking
believe you.
spend and
I don't believe
fucking
you.
That's
and
not
then,
the point.
And then not get
and then
I
work
don't
every
believe you.
minute.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you bought $1 million house when you had nothing.
It doesn't
I
matter.
don't
It doesn't
believe
matter about that. Like,
No,
like
after,
this
I
is
mean,
all.
after
One
I
sec,
built
Avarice.
myself up.
This is all consequential because like you're comparing two what would be two different things. You're comparing like a 5-year mortgage to a 30 or 40-year mortgage.
you guys are discussing mortgages and we should be discussing feminism. Let me drag you guys back to the point.
That's
The
it.
point-
Correct.
All right. So let me because I am the only female here.
Yeah, listen to the only female. She's the.
And usually I leave because I'm the only female. But
Isn't that?
Well, Kieran's here too.
oh, I'm
The
sorry.
feminist perspective.
But he's trans.
Katie, stop like-
He's trans, so he doesn't count.
Speak, you just made Katie
That's
laugh.
trans. That's trans. Never
You
mind.
just made Katie laugh, you bastard.
He's a Skittles person.
Hey,
Right.
I'm giving you
Sir,
guys.
hold
I
on,
have
hold on.
6 minutes. I got to get back to my show
Guy.
that I work with. So
And we will see
Guy.
you over there. We'll see you over there. But what we have to do as a society, and the men have to do it. Firstly, they need to reinstate the mental institutions because women have gone insane. Secondly, the
Fully.
women, I don't care if they have to split the schools back to where it's boys' schools and female schools. The women, the young
That's true.
girls, the girls have lost. They don't know why they're here. They've lost everything. They have no identity, and that's why they're running insane. And they
Based.
must
Based.
be corralled.
Ah!
Bye.
They,
Lots of alcohol.
they are. They need to be retrained, and it is the fault of feminism. Feminism destroyed this country, and every
I
single
believe that.
every single issue that we suffer today, from difficulty in buying a home to all the social issues, stemmed from feminism.
Preach.
Has
Preach,
to
Remy.
be stopped. They've got to stop it. I don't care how they do it, and they're not gonna do it because no one will cooperate. But the happiest women, as most of you know, because most of you are married, your wives are happy being wives. That's the happiest place for a woman, is
That's
to
true.
be raising her kids and
I know
taking
she was
care
happy
of
today, spending my money on an Xbox and a fucking purse. I'll tell you that.
Oh, you poofter. You fucking
Did you
poofter.
let her?
no,
What?
that's okay.
You
because
better have let her.
She's
Yeah.
taking care of the baby. She's
It-
at home. She's taking care of the baby. She feeds the baby.
If she wants an Xbox, she'll get a damn Xbox.
No, listen, I just got tired. Look, I got
If
tired
she
of her.
asked.
I got tired of her. So we're playing Diablo 2 together, right? And I got tired of moving the downstairs Xbox upstairs so we could play next to each other. So I just
Which
fucking
Xbox did she get?
went and bought
Like Xbox One?
the
Oh,
S,
shit.
the Series S.
No,
Oh, so
shit. I
you
remember.
playing Diablo 2?
I remember playing Halo where you'd have
But
to.
the feminism, boys. Fuck your games. The feminism. Come on. Stay on top.
I used to play Halo. We would have in one dorm. You'd have 2 TVs with 2 Xboxes. We ran a LAN down the hall.
I remember that. I remember the old
So you
days.
get- so you get 8
At
on 8?
Purdue. So the old street at Purdue, we used to carry the old CRT monitors up and down the halls.
We want to play a game together, land game. I'm gonna carry my whole
That's
You see, but listen, okay, hold on. I can point this. Let's turn this back around. See, these are these experiences that women will never experience because they couldn't carry CRT monitors down the halls in college.
All right, Base, we might have to concede to that one.
Yeah, I have to concede with that. That's a fair point.
TVs between each room every single night, every single day.
At that moment,
The reason
here's where I'm gonna call my call out, boys. I got to get back. You guys can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor. I'm heading out. Again, get your donos in for Speakeazy. He's been an awesome moderator. He's been providing some amazing hosts. He also hosts our boy Rob with the no raid. So let's give him a big love and by the dono bar. That's the best way to show him that love. And
You should try it.
also
You should try it.
give a massive shout out to Mrs. Pistachios for having to put up with all of us every day. So
We'll be back over there.
thank y'all. Stick around
Take
here.
it easy,
Don't worry
Evers.
about us. Speakeasy's channel is good enough for entertainment. No need to leave.
No, yeah.
All right,
Later, guys.
All right, average.
Later.
Bye,
Yeah,
Average.
fuck off. Fuck off.
But yeah,
Average.
just to tie it back in and why this is like the mortgage thing is important, all this kind of shit, and it ties into it, is like this whole push for feminism and stuff has increased the mortgages because it's now more people, more women in the workforce, men are getting paid less, and when you average this out of like what, like, let's say our grandfathers faced in terms of like risk analysis versus modern day man, they were like taking a risk of maybe 5 to 10 years of debt, and more than likely you would have a traditional woman. Whereas now it's you're taking a 30 to 40 year debt, and the potential is that she's a covert feminist or any of this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what is the solution? Because we can point out like a lot of the problems with women and even the problems with men and all that stuff. But if you have men that are literally want to fight for it, but are in that situation where it's like, I don't have a framework to work with where I'm able to filter out all these covert feminists that we're seeing, because I'm going to be taking a massive fucking risk with this.
Sounds like Teriak. It sounds like Teriak's been worshipping at the altar of Pearl Davis right now.
No, that's what I've been saying. See, guys, and it's gonna be a rough haul, and I don't even know if it can be done. But if it's not done, we are going to collapse. Again, bottom
It won't
line.
be this generation, to be honest.
Women
at this
abandoned the
point.
whole thing because women abandoned their role and forgot their role. It's been 50 years. They forgot their role. So you've got 3 generations of women who were not mothers and didn't teach any of the girls who are running amok in the country and doing the whatever sex thing on whatever that is.
Yeah.
All of the none of them know how to bake bread. They don't know how to make, like I've said this before to you guys. They don't know how to make bread. They don't know how to make a Halloween costume. They don't know how to sew. They don't know how to garden. They don't know how to clean. Like the laundry thing. This is the woman that was on, she's very proud. You saw her pride when she was talking about making her own laundry detergent. These are small things in the big world, but to a woman in a home being a homemaker. That is her creation. That's her zone. And she doesn't need to have the whole world. She needs her small nest. That's
I
all.
think, Prem,
And
I think what happened was after the Industrial Revolution, when men invented washing machines and dishwashers and dryers, women literally were bored. They were still trying to be home and trying to be the homekeeper, but all their jobs were outsourced to technology.
But no, they appreciated the technology. They were not bored. It helped them because then they were able to build on what they could do at the home for the home. But I'm trying to figure out how, on a grand scale, and you guys, you're men, you have more control than I do. I have nothing. I'm nothing.
Avarice with the big $50 says for the Dodo Bar best panel show on YouTube. Let's fucking go. Wait a minute. We need one of these. We need one of these. Where is it? Thank you very much, Avarice.
Yeah,
Finally,
that's what
finally,
was getting at,
finally,
though. That was
I call them panel channels.
Like I get what everyone's saying in terms of like or what like Premonition is saying in terms of like all these changes and Kieran and all this kind of thing. Like we can all agree that like the main thing is that like this generation of women have been like brainwashed or lied to, propagandized, whatever word you want to use. But then the question becomes like, how do you fix that? Like, what is the actual solution that we're going to put in place? Because like these women will literally say to your face, "I'd rather be with a strange bear than a strange man in the woods."
I've got
the solution is you bring back the pimp hand, bro. Bring back the pimp hand.
Well, that's going to make him not choose the bear for sure.
Yeah,
Smack the
that's
shit out of
exactly
him, right?
Boys, I'm playing, but like you get what I mean.
No,
it's
I
something.
get it.
It's something Avarice said before. Men, like it was kind of funny. Men should be allowed to fucking jaywalk, and women can stand on the curb and wonder how come the men can jaywalk and we can't. And what he's saying is because we built this. This is ours.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah,
and
but
yours.
why they were at
and
home
yours.
raising the kids so you could go
The
build
women
it.
used to respect that. They don't respect that anymore. The
Mhm,
thing is,
mhm.
so some of
Probably
the
never will.
some of the remedies
Well,
may
we can bring it back.
it may be
I hope.
doing legislation to split the kids back up, put girls in one school, boys in other schools, and actually teach the females how to be females again in their traditional sense. That actually might work. And then the lunatic women running around who are directly interfering in police operations, those women need to be literally put into mental wards until they can be reintroduced to traditional female roles.
So the
The commission is saying they need lobotomies to come
Yeah,
back.
Make lobotomies great again.
Like
I have a question for the
whole
panel
lobe?
based on a little bit of what you're saying here. If given the choice, do you guys think most people today, if we were to go to the bare bones of traditional gender roles of how society was, do you think if they were given this choice, most people today, do you think they would actually choose that, or do you think it just sounds appealing to them in theory?
They would choose it. They would choose it. And after, if they spent 2 years in a traditional home, just 2 years of
I
allowing the
think,
woman
Prem,
to create the home.
I agree, Prem, but you'd have to, yeah, sorry, Prem. You'd have to begin with some kind of force because they wouldn't do it by choice. But once they were put in there and they experienced it, I'm with you. They would. This is great.
proud
I
of.
Yeah,
would.
I mean, I don't think that's
would.
true.
What I would
Yeah,
say
I don't
is
think
this is-
that's. I mean, it might be true
Yeah,
for
but
some
you do
women, and
realize
that's fine.
Some people would for sure, absolutely.
No, no,
some
but you
people
do
would.
realize that when you do the whole like we're gonna have to like force these, like that's you're basically playing into that whole. See, they're the misogynists. They're gonna force women
Don't
into
care.
the back to the
Don't
Christian
care.
kind of shit.
There's different kinds of force. So force could be, she says,
Yeah.
can you please open the pickle jar? You go, no, open your own
No,
pickle
no.
jar.
As
right?
a society, Kieran, you're saying that we need to use a little bit of force to get these women
Yeah,
to,
I'm saying-
to
I'm
do what's
saying
quote
we-
unquote right. So what
Yeah,
is
I'm-
that force that as a
Yeah.
society?
What I'm saying is
I
they
wanna
won't do
butt
it.
in
They
and
won't do it
say-
voluntarily.
I want
You
to
know,
butt in and
Yeah,
say,
but
before-
one sec, Kieran. Like that's a critique in terms of current situation. What I'm saying is we need to be solutions orientated. Meaning,
Sure.
what is the solution? You said we need to use a bit of force. What is that bit of force that we need to use?
Okay,
Like,
I'm
how would
being a
that
bit.
look?
I'm being a bit hyperbolic, and you're being a bit semantic. Okay, what I mean is, women wouldn't do it voluntarily.
Cultural stigma.
No,
They
Kieran,
wouldn't-
I'm not trying to get a gotcha. Like this is why
I know
this.
you are.
Like, why have I been saying men should pay for the first date? That's my proposed solution.
They need to
That's your
split the schools
that's your
up.
solution. You should pay for the
Yeah.
first date. Your solution.
Mm-hmm.
They need
No,
to
the solution is until you deserve being paid for the first date, pay for your own fucking meal.
They need to resplit the.
So your answer is feminism.
They need to split
Nope.
the sexes.
50-50.
Yeah,
Nope.
you can't even agree with on what feminism is right here.
Yeah.
They need to split.
See what I'm saying? This is why we need to be solutions
Hey.
orientated. Sorry, Prem. Go ahead.
Yeah, the solution is if you want to be a wife, act like a wife before you're a wife.
And that's where the teaching of young girls comes back. I took
Yes.
economics; it was required.
True.
I had to learn, and there were no boys in those classes. I had to learn how to go and sew. They had all these sewing machines, and they would teach the girls how to sew. Then they would move us into where we had to balance checkbooks and learn basic economics. And then we had to, then they had taught us how to cook. In school, they don't do that anymore. And then the boys, when the girls were doing that, the boys were in workshop, building wooden things. They were in the car engine shop where they were learning how to work on car engines, and the carpentry shops. The high schools used to build one house a year. And this was actually not too long ago. The boys in the carpentry shop would spend the entire year building a home from ground up. And then at the end of the year, the home would be sold by the school for the proceeds to help the school. They need
Awesome.
to split this out
Yes.
and stop.
You know,
They've got
you
to
know, Prem.
Hey,
All right, let me
hey,
make this.
we're not-
Let me. Sorry, Kieran.
sorry,
I just want to.
that's
Let me
cool,
just
that's cool.
make this more personal for everyone for a minute. All right, let's do this. If
Hey, Speakeazy.
you had to choose right now, a society with maximum personal freedom but weaker families, or stronger families but a significant less individual choice, which do you pick?
Column B.
stronger family.
Mm-hmm.
Family.
I'm gonna go the other way.
Because
then.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other
because
way.
unlimited personal choice isn't choice. You end up with you
I
end
see
up with
most
choices.
of us
say
are on the
unlimited.
family, so these are the
It
side
doesn't
that's on the
guarantee
other way. One
happiness.
second, boys. One
No,
second.
but
The
it
side
gives you
that's
the
on the other
opportunity
way, I want to hear them to
strive
go
for it.
first.
Hey, actually, but before I gotta bounce. So
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I had a
oh
question for
dang.
you.
I'm not running.
This should have been a good
I'm not
one.
running.
Queen
Tell
of the
everyone
day.
where to find you before you go.
Hey, yeah, just bass guitar, like it's spelled there. Bass, like baseball, guitar, like I play the guitar, not a guitar. Yeah, YouTube. I think I got a TikTok too. Twit. No, I don't know. All the normal places. Just search for it. I'm the only one who uses this handle. So if you find me wherever you're at, it's probably me. So
All right.
all right.
Thanks.
See you later. See you
I
across current.
had a question for you, bass guitar.
man.
I
Oh,
just
okay,
put
yeah,
it in
sure.
the
Shoot.
Q&A.
Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys answered it in the Q&A because I left it as a Q&A question, but I heard this earlier in your debate. This will be my question, which was, before feminism, women didn't have or go into debt because they were not allowed to have debt. Feminism gave them debt. My question is, why why would you ever want feminism in that case if you're just going to give women a negative debuff in that case? Why would you ever advocate for a negative debuff for someone who didn't have it before?
Well, I mean, Avarice was sitting here arguing that debt is super important because that allows you to buy a home, you know. But
No.
I don't think
Answer the question, bro. Answer the question.
I don't think
let him answer. Let him finish.
I don't think credit is inherently bad. I don't think debt is inherently bad. I think it actually provides a lot of utility. I mean, maybe
what utility does owing resources to someone that isn't yourself?
The ability to go acquire something to start a business, the ability to start a business. Sometimes people take a loan to go into debt to start a business, and then that business becomes $1 billion business. If they never got that loan, that business never happens. Debt can create wealth if it's used smartly.
But most of the debt that women take on isn't to build a business. It's literally just to either go to school.
Most of the debt men take on isn't to build a business either, and they screw it up too. Why should one get one and not the other?
Women didn't have debt to begin with.
They also
hold on. Women didn't have debt to begin with.
Neither did
men
until they went and got
feminism.
some. You have to go get that yourself. You didn't have debt until you went and borrowed something.
Okay,
that's the same thing for everybody. But you were allowed to, so you could go buy a house.
But you're advocating for women to put themselves in a hole.
No,
They didn't have that.
They also couldn't acquire
society. They didn't have that. They didn't have that. They didn't need that. They had the privilege of not incurring said debt. It was all entirely on the man. And here comes feminism telling women, "Oh, you can put yourself in a hole too. I'm going to fight for the right for you to put yourself in a hole." Why would you want that?
Well, then should we just ban credit?
No, one sec. Just to clarify, there were female landlords. It's just women could not put themselves into debt to buy a house.
And feminism allowed them to put themselves into debt. Why would you advocate for women to literally choose to put themselves into a hole?
If debt is bad, then shouldn't we just ban debt?
I didn't say debt was.
Exactly. You're right. That's not
You
necessarily
can't
bad.
accrue credit without debt.
But the women didn't
my
used
God,
to
man.
need debt. See, that's the thing.
They don't need it. They don't need it at all.
Yeah, they don't
Then men
need
don't
it.
need
And
it.
Then they
Just
didn't
ban it.
need it in the first place.
Problem
And
solved.
feminism came along and told women, "Hey, you can put yourselves into debt, and maybe at some point you'll get something out of it."
Or you can go buy a car.
Maybe.
You can now go buy a car. You can drive your kids around because you can't afford the car cash, especially when you can't work. Your
The
husband.
man had all of that. The man took care of all of that. He
Okay,
got the car. He got the
what happens when the
resources, he got
husband?
the house.
What happens if the husband dies of cancer?
Women
Then
didn't
what?
need to touch a damn
What happens
thing.
if what happens if the man dies? What happens if the
Women
man
did
dies?
Just the
not need
babies.
to touch a
Gentlemen,
damn thing before
you
all
have
of that,
this.
and feminism.
You have it from the wrong perspective. Just let me clarify. Feminism didn't come around and say, "Oh, like let's get you put yourselves into debt," and sold that vision. They just came along and they degraded the traditional.
Thanks for fielding that
Great
question,
job
Cross.
tonight.
That's cool.
Yeah, I agree.
That was my
that's
question,
a debate.
but
I'm
yeah,
Oh
willing
yeah,
to
okay,
have.
yeah, fair.
Yeah.
All right, see you.
All right.
brother.
Later, everyone. All right. Thanks, guys, for sticking around. Everybody, that was JK. That was Cross Current Politics. Oh, yeah. So that was pretty cool that he jumped in. I told him, I was like, "Oh yeah, you should," because he was saying he wanted to. It'd be fun to do a joint debate with him. That would be a really fun. It'd be a really fun thing. So maybe we can set that up. Yeah, Beef, I'm absolutely with you. Just ban the whole fucking credit score system. I'm absolutely with you on that. Yeah. I know. That was I gotta say though, that was pretty funny when I was like, "Well, just ban debt," and he's like, "Well, debt isn't inherently bad," and I was like, "Thank you." And thanks for dropping in, bud. Seriously, I'm working like a shit ton of hours, but like not gonna lie, because I know you're gonna come by. I'm like while I'm like in a team meeting, I'm like doing shoulder pushes and like curls and stuff just to get something going. So, but because I know you're gonna be around, so I'm like, shit, I gotta like get some working out for Bud. So. Yeah, and if Beef, if you rent, yeah, that's one of the dumbest things is that like probably the strongest indicator if you're going to be able to make like a mortgage payment is like if you're paying your rent. So it's like I don't know why rent isn't tracked in that stuff, but all right. I'm like super exhausted, so but thanks for I seriously appreciate it. I love you guys parasocially. Thanks for dropping in. Go. I don't know if. Hang on. Is. Oh shit. I'm gonna check to see if JK's streaming. No, it doesn't look like it. So you can go over to Speakeazy's chat. I don't know how to raid because I'm a boomer. Let's see. Is there a way to raid? Oh God. Hang on. No. Yeah, Night Beef. Yeah, that's cool that you were talking about boats. I used to work like when I was super young. I was a Sea Scout. That's why I fell in love with sailing. But maybe an hour and a half, 5 to 6 times a week. That's a lot. Yeah. My wife and I are. I've been doing the like lifting the weights and stuff, but my wife's like, oh, we gotta get going to the gym and stuff but I'm working out like you said, working on the form and all that stuff. So, but I actually, yeah, you're seriously an inspiration, bud. No lie, like for real, you're an inspiration. So, all right, later Beef. I think you guys are the only two here. So, but all right, thanks for coming in and checking it out. So.